Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Tippecanoe County 4-H Fair Swine Show. A reminder, if you're looking for a show program, those can be found on the front bleachers, the first row bleachers. In the ring, we have our first class of the day, Class 1 Berkshire gilts. These are gilts farrowed December 1st through December 16th.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be back again this year to sort through the pigs and work with your kids here in Tippecanoe County. And a great way to start here in the first class of Berkshire gilts. And a lot of trade-off within this pair. Real good first four within this drive. Young lady's gilt starts the drive. You start at the tip of her nose. She's easily the most feminine and most attractive up front. The best ahead of her shoulder blade from there back. I think when you set her in motion, she stays the most fluent, the most athletic. She's the best in her build. Get right up on her. I think she's certainly got enough dimension up high and enough down low. If I was going to tweak her and change her, I'd maybe spread her right there at the ground and just behind ever so slightly. Young man's gilt in second. That's easily the stoutest gilt in class. When you talk about her skull shape, forearm and foot and bone, I like those things about her. She's got a lot of shape working up high when you get right out of the backside of her shoulder blade. Just as impressive. She's as good ahead of her shoulder in terms of cleanliness to the bottom side of her jaw, how her neck ties into the top of her shoulder blade as any of them. the longer we go, and the more that she's in motion, maybe just wants to tighten up a little bit from behind. I wish she would just loosen and grab a gear and get out and go. Young man's gilt in third. From her shoulder back, really nice gilt. Got a lot of spread out of the backside of her shoulder blade, big ribbed, and a lot of outward turn. Really good set to her hip and her hind leg. From her shoulder forward, she needs to be cleaned up at her pole, cleaned up at her cheek, just not as attractive and just maybe a little bit more overdone there up front. Gilt here that comes next, another one that's really good in terms of her skeleton. Gets out and takes a really athletic, fluent stride. She's one to me that just looks too plain when you study her from the side. Need to make her more attractive, need to give her more shape up high, clean her up there in her bottom line just a little bit, but one that's really good in terms of the basics, feet and legs and fundamentals. Another gilt here that comes next that's really stout in her skull and got a good look when you study her from the side. Set her in motion. I don't think she's sound enough in terms of her hip and her hind leg. I'd give her a more outward turn there from forerib back to her flank, just soften her and make her balance a little better from the side. Similar story for the gilt here that comes next. At the same time, she needs to be stouter in terms of her feature to move up in class. And the young lady's kind of level-eared gilt here that rounds out the drive. Another one that's presented extremely well in terms of skin and hair. Need to stouten that gilt up and just give her more power to move up any higher. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 1 Berkshire Gilts. First, Kaylin Martin. Second, Brady DeFries. Third, Brecken Good. Fourth, Emily Kendall. Fifth, Kaya Johns. Sixth, Layla Poxon. Seventh, Savannah Underwood. In the ring now is Class 2 Berkshire Gilts. Gilts farrowed December 17th to January 8th.
Another good class and a really good pair here on the top end. Young man's gilt's going to start this drive, and that's the gilt when you step back and study him. To me, is just the most basic, the most fault-free and complete. Really attractive up front. She got a good balance and a good look from the side. At times, I can nitpick on her when she first came out. She does it ever so slightly, but she'll raise up right there in her loin and in the middle of her back. Right now, she's going really good and floating across the ring. When she does that, she sets up, and she's easily, to me, the best one from the profile. She comes at you square. She's good on her front feet. If I was going to change her, I'd maybe stouten her in terms of her feature ever so slightly because she's got a lot of mass and a lot of power up high. So just to match, that's where I change her. Young lady's gilt into is one that's got a really attractive look ahead of her shoulder blade, stoutness of skull and cleanliness up front. Got a good turn and a good shape working up high. A gilt that wants to narrow up down low there at the base of her chest and her knee. Similar story from behind. Set her in motion. She's not quite as comfortable, just athletic in terms of her step, especially from behind. That's where I change her to make her compete with the class winner. The gilt here that comes out in 3, one that's really attractive ahead of her shoulder blade. Get up on top of this gilt. She's got some good turn and good curvature up high. She's a gilt that maybe doesn't balance quite as well when you study her from the profile. Comes apart there at the top of her shoulder, pinches in her loin a little bit. Just need to give her more cover to make her balance better. Similar story and a similar gilt here that comes out in 4. Just doesn't have quite as much bone or quite as much mass. If I was going to change her, I'd change her from the side. I'd give her more power to move up and compete with those ahead of her. Another good gilt that's got some length and got some extension here that comes next. Good set to her shoulder blade. Set her in motion. We need to change the set to her hip and her hind leg. Just wants to roll and duck her pins. They're too much from behind. Move up any higher. Another gilt here that comes next. Stout skulled. Good shape up high. She's one to me that needs to be better when you set her in motion and just change the set to her hip and her hind leg. And the gilt that rounds out the drive, one that's got some extra stoutness and some extra power, just needs to be better when you set her in motion, be sounder on the move. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 2 Berkshire Gilts. First, Keegan Spray. Second, Sophie Royer. Third, Kerrigan Kitchell. Fourth, Madeline Cheeseman. Fifth, Levi Knoll. Sixth, Paisley Fruits. Seventh, Dwight Peters. In the ring now is Class 3 Berkshire Gilts. These are gilts farrowed January 20th through February 2nd.
Another good class, really good 4 of them here on the top end. Young lady that wins the drive there in the long sleeve blue shirt wins this class rather quickly and rather handily to me. That gilt is easily the best within this drive in terms of her build and skeleton, particularly her hip and her hind leg. And to me, it's not even close. She's the one that balances the best from the side. She's got good height to her shoulder, a good look up front. She's awesome in her lines when you study her from the side, proportions extremely well. A gilt that when you get on her and study her, she's still a big-footed, heavy bone gilt within this class. Really good gilt and a nice place to start. 2 and 3, I think, is where the real decision lies and where you want to lay your priorities. The gilt, I guess, to me, that follows most closely in terms of type and kind is young lady's gilt in 2. She's actually probably reads a little bit stouter there at her skull. I appreciate that about her. She's a big four-armed, heavy bone kind of a gilt at times. She doesn't want to just get out and go and grab a gear and be as athletic on motion. She's a little bit softer on her front feet. She's a little bit shorter and a little bit rounder out of her rump. Consequently, she wants to roll up underneath herself ever so slightly at times. We could just tweak her in a couple of spots in terms of her skeleton. She could certainly move up and compete with the class winner because she's got the extras there that it takes to compete at a high level. Young man's gilt that comes next, one that when you standing still, you appreciate so many things about her. Her height to shoulder, her look up front, her femininity, for having that kind of mass and power. She's still really good ahead of her shoulder blade. She's a gilt that's up on her toes. I appreciate that. At the same time, she's a little further forward in her shoulder blade. She's a little bit tighter and just straighter in terms of her hock placement, especially the longer the drive wears on. She wanted to tighten up. If we could just change her and tweak her as well, she could certainly move up in class. The gilt that comes out next in 4, one that's got some really unique pieces, one that's really stout in her skull. She's big in her forearm and her blade. She's got a really big hip and a lot of shape up high. Set her in motion, especially the longer the drive wears on. She's too tight in terms of her rear passer and wants to hammer her hind leg. I would change her head shape ever so slightly, make her a little more feminine, lengthen it out just a little bit, but a gilt that still has some really unique pieces. It's got some value. Another gilt here that comes next has some extra length and extension up front. I like those things about her. She's just too flat. When you get up on her to move up any higher, then the gilt there that rounds out the drive has some extra stoutness. Have to change the set to her hip and her hind leg to get her to move up any higher. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Another good class of Berks.
Results from Class 3, Berkshire Gilts. First, Carly Woods. Second, Avery Moore. Third, Corbin Bymaster. Fourth, Olivia Hedden. Fifth, Avery Sinesaw. Sixth, Isabel Tyson. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Berkshire Gilt. From Class 1, we have Kaylin Martin. From Class 2, Keegan Spray. And from Class 3, Carly Woods. Our Champion Berkshire Gilt Awards are sponsored by Owl Creek Farm, and our Reserve Champion Berkshire Gilt Awards sponsored by Keystone Cooperative.
Bring the 3 class winners back out here, and all 3 of them bring a lot of good and have a lot of positives. I think as I step back and study them, it comes down to a pair for me, honestly, that you work between. And just as I step back and I study them between that pair, there's one of them that's overwhelming when you get up on top of her. She's really fresh still for having this much up high and still really loose and good in her skeleton. Young man out of Class 2 will be a champion. Congratulations to him.
Champion Berkshire Gilt exhibited by Keegan Spray. That brings out Sophie Royer's second place.
Drop out that second place gilt there, and like I talked to her in class, we could tweak her down low and just open her up and see her go just a little bit better to compete with that class winner and eventual champion. Still a gilt that's got a lot of good and a lot of positives. There's another one I liked a great deal in class, one that's just has a really bright future to me. I like the young lady's little one to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Reserve champion Berkshire Gilt exhibited by Carly Woods. In the ring is Class 4 Chester White gilts. These are gilts that are farrowed December 4th through December 27th.
Good class and a good way to start the Chesters. Young lady there in the teal long sleeve shirt in the center is going to go ahead and win this drive. And one that does so and grabs your attention rather quickly. Really fresh and great presented in terms of skin and hair when she comes out. Tall shoulder, really attractive ahead of her shoulder blade. Gilt that stays really square from the ground into her knee and the base of her chest. A step back and study her from the side. She balances really well. If I'm going to get nitpicky, I'm going to change her. I'd loosen her off both ends just ever so slightly. She gets a little straight off both ends, but still really nice gilt there to go ahead and start. Young man's gilt there on the far end is going to go ahead and be second. That gilt's just a little bit more basic in terms of the fundamentals to me. She's better in her shoulder angle. She's got a better set to her hind leg. A little bit cleaner there in terms of her toes. When you look at her at the surface, a gilt that needs stoutened up and needs powered up, no doubt, but still a nice kind of female there to be in second. And the gilt that's going to be in third, one that's got some extra power, extra shape, and muscle up high. She's a big-footed, heavy bone gilt when you study her from behind. Need to clean her up in her toe. Need to change her there in terms of her shoulder angle. She gets a little wide there to her chest and out in her elbow. If we could change her there, she could certainly move up in class because she's got some unique pieces. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 4 Chester White gilts. First, Michaela Spray. Second, Jack Gilbert. Third, Marcinda Kane. We are now showing Class 5 Chester White gilts. Gilts farrowed January 2nd through January 21st.
Another good class and good pair here on the top end. A lot of trade-off here within that pair. I'll be the first to tell you. To me, the one that's just the most interesting, the one that's got the most unique pieces, and we can change her maybe ever so slightly here or there. But that's the young lady in the pink shirt. That's a tall shouldered gilt that's really extended there ahead of her shoulder blade. Got a really good look up front. Still stout in her skull. Ties her pole on top of her neck. Really good into the top of her shoulder. She's a big forearmed, huge-footed gilt when you study her at the ground. Same from behind. She's got a big hind leg and a clean joint. gets out and goes good. We could tweak her right rear just ever so slightly. Maybe gets a little bit tighter and just a little restricted. I'd open her up in her forerib and give her a little more outward turn there to her mid body and just soften her. But like I say, that's a gilt that's got some really unique pieces there. The young lady does a good job with. The gilt in two is one that to me, I guess, is just a little bit more basic and a little more generic. When you just talk about old school chesters, maybe got some extra there up front to her neck and the base of her jowl, a little bit more crest and pole there on the top side. She's a lower statured gilt, a lower fronted gilt that I could pick up on her front pasterns. I could change the set to her hip and her hind leg. She gets a little bit shorter and rounder in her rump, a little more set to her hind leg, but still has a functional use to it. I would just change it and tweak it the way that it's made. The gilt that's going to be in three is one that's got some really good shape up high when you get up on top of her and stud ear. She's just too tight and too straight and restricted in terms of her hip and her hind leg, too straight in her hock and too tight there in her rear passer to move up any higher. A good class, so let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 5 Chester White Gilts. First, Kaylin Dimmick. Second, Allie Moore. Third, Kane Storms. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Chester White Gilt. From Class 4, we have Michaela Spray. And from Class 5, Kaylin Dimmick. Our champion and reserve champion Chester White Gilt Awards. Champion is sponsored by Cody Reichert and family, and reserve champion Chester White Gilt Awards sponsored by Troy's Tire Farm.
Get these four back out here and really good representation here within the Chester breed. I think there's a great pair of class winners that as you step back and study them, they definitely offer some differences. One of them is just really exotic in terms of her look and her bone, her stoutness and her extras. Maybe not quite as good there in terms of just how she's made from behind and her step. Could open her up there in her forerib and mid body like I talked. And then you got the older class winner that's so good from the side. She's so fresh in terms of her skin and hair. She's looser in terms of her step probably. She's not quite as stout in terms of her feature, but she still just balances so good from the side. I think there's a lot of trade-offs, and I think it's a really good pair of class winners and a really good pair of seconds. I like the young lady here in the teal shirt to be champion, young lady in the pink to be reserve. Congratulations to them.
Champion Chester White Gilt, exhibited by Michaela Spray. Reserve champion Chester White Gilt, exhibited by Kaylin Dimmick. In the ring is Class 6 Duroc Gilts, gilts farrowed December 6th through December 28th.
Really good class and a great way to start the Reds. Really good pair here on the top end that has some give and take. To me, the young lady here directly in front of me, that's the gilt that as you just step back and you watch her go, she's easily the most comfortable when you set her in motion. She stays the most athletic in terms of the set to her shoulder blade and her hip and her hind leg when she goes. If anything, I can maybe see, and the gilt in seconds got it, you could stouten her in her feature, give her a little bigger foot, give her more rear bone, especially to match all the extra mass and power she has up high. When you step back and study her from the side, she's the one to me that balances the best. She's the best in her proportions in terms of her length from her nose to her shoulder, shoulder to hip, and hip length. Really good gilt and a nice place to start. The gilt then too has a really unique look when you study her from the side in terms of her stoutness to skull, how big her forearm is. She's one that honestly is a little bit long-bodied to me, and the longer that she drives, the more she's in motion, the more uncoordinated she gets behind and just wants to get a little bit tighter and swivel her hip and her hind leg. If we could make that gilt just looser and more comfortable when you set her in motion, allow her to proportion and balance a little bit differently from the side like the class winner, I think then it gets really interesting because she does have some extras there in terms of skull shape, in terms of rear foot and rear bone. Still a really nice gilt and a great pair there on the top end. The gilt in 3 has some really unique pieces from her ham loin forward. Literally runs uphill when you talk about her height of shoulder, how she ties her neck into the top of her blade, and just her stoutness of skull and look up front, big in her chest and big in her arm. Short-bodied gilt that has some unique pieces from a barrow standpoint or breeding and making barrows. Get right in behind her. Not near secure enough in terms of her hock placement. Just wants to push and get out too far there in her hock. Change her there, and she could certainly push those ahead of her. Gilt here that comes next, one that's got some extra stoutness in terms of foot and bone and mass and power. She's a gilt that needs to balance better from the side. She's not built good enough in terms of her hip and her hind leg to move up any higher. A gilt here that comes next, similar story. Hip and hind leg has to be redesigned and be changed to move up any higher, but still an attractive gilt that's got good shape up high. Young man's gilt here that comes next, another stout one that's short-bodied and got some extra mass and power. Similar story, though, just not built near good enough in terms of her hip and her hind leg and how she gets out and goes and uses it. And the young lady's gilt that rounds out the drive, has some extra length and some extra extension. Appreciate that about her. Just need to give her more power and more there through the center portion of her body. Nice job. Great job. Let's go ahead and give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 6 Duroc gilts. First, Michaela Spray. Second, Leah Emmenizer. Third, Owen Kaiser. Fourth, Emily Kindle. Fifth, Marcinda Kane. Sixth, Colin Miller. Seventh, Kaylin Beeman. We are now showing Class 7 Duroc gilts. Gilts Pharaoh January 2nd through January 13th.
Another good class here in the second class Durocs. Young lady in the blue shirt is going to win this drive and does so rather quickly to me as you just step back and you break them down. This one's easily the most fault-free and the best in her build and her skeleton. She's a gilt that's tall-shouldered and really attractive up front. She's really loose in her spine and comfortable when you set her in motion. She's got the best set to her hip and her hind leg when you get out and watch her go. A gilt that's got a really feminine look and just a really good female when you study her from the side. Gilton, too, has got some really unique pieces of one to me that maybe just isn't quite as full today or didn't maybe eat or drink quite as much as some of the others, but a stout skull, big forearm gilt that's big in her chest. She's got a lot of shape working up high. She's one to me that needs to open in her forerib and right there in her mid-body have some more outward curvature. She's one that could be just a little bit looser in terms of her hind leg when you compare her back to the class winner, but still a really nice gilt to be second. Gilton 3, if we just watch her from the side, you like a lot of things about her. She's got a lot of just a really maternal look from the side in terms of her extras there that she's got down low and how loose and comfortable she is in her range of motion. Get right in behind her. She's not square enough in terms of her hind legs. She wants to deviate and funnel to the ground from behind. Need to square her up there in terms of her rear foot and where she meets the surface. Young man's Gilton 4, really stout in her skull, huge in her forearm, a lot of mass and a lot of power when you get right up on top of her. Another one to me, when you get right in behind her, she's not built good enough in terms of her hind leg and where her hock placement is. She's too straight and just restricted from the side. Could change her there, and she could certainly move up in class. Young man's gilt here that comes next. Tall-shouldered, extended up front. Looks like she's got an injury there to her right rear. If we could just loosen her up and change her there, clean her up in her hock joint, maybe stouten her in terms of her bone and her feature a little bit, she could certainly move up. Gilts here that come out down the line are gilts that need to be better in terms of their build and their skeleton. They need to balance better when you study them from the side and move up any higher. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 7 Duroc gilts. First, Kinsley Beck. Second, Audrey Spray. Third, Milena Emmenizer. Fourth, Corbin Bymaster. Fifth, Rhett Musser. Sixth, Coleman McInnes. Seventh, Madison Hayes. Eighth, Jacob Brand. We are now showing Class 8 Duroc gilts. These are gilts that are farrowed January 20th through February 6th.
Good class here in the third class. Young lady on the far side is going to win this drive and does so real quick and real handily to me. That's a tall-shouldered, attractive gilt up front that's really balanced and proportional from their back. She's a gilt when you set her in motion, takes a comfortable stride off both ends. If anything, I could stouten her in terms of her feature ever so slightly just to match all the extra mass and power she's got up high. But one that's presented extremely well in terms of skin and hair, really, really appropriately driven. Nice kind of gilt there to go ahead and start this drive. The gilt in two is one that's pretty intriguing to me when you just talk about some really unique pieces in terms of height of shoulder, her look up front. That gilt's got a really good shape up high out of the backside of her shoulder blade. She's a big-footed, heavier bone gilt, maybe heavier boned, honestly, than the class winner, but one to me that has to open in her fore ribs. She has to have more through her mid-body. She'll just just blow and put more days on feed and just go. She could be really intriguing there down the road. Gilt in three's got some extra length and extension when you study her from the side. She's a gilt that's really fresh in terms of her skin and hair. One that, honestly, I would shorten her length of body ever so slightly to make her balance and proportion better from the side. I'd stouten her in her feature to move up any higher. Young man's gilt here that comes next, standing still, as unique as any of them in terms of height of shoulder. Look there ahead of her shoulder blade in terms of her skull shape and her head. She's one to me when you set her in motion. She's too far forward in her shoulder blade and too restricted up front. Needs to be looser and just more athletic from behind. The gilt here that rounds out the drive, another one that's got some extra length and extension. Needs to be built better in terms of her hip and her hind leg and balance better from the side and move up any higher. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 8 Duroc gilts. First, Callie Martin. Second, Addison Mosley. Third, Brenna Rice. Fourth, Penn Storms. Fifth, Lillian Beeman. We will now be showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc gilt. From Class 1, our first place winner was Michaela Spray. From the second class of Durocs, our class winner was Kinsley Beck. And from the third class of Durocs, our class winner was Callie Martin. Our Champion Duroc Gilt Award is given in memory of Steve Aid, and the Reserve Champion Duroc Gilt Awards are sponsored by Tucker Shook Agency, Eric Moore.
Really good trio of gilts here as we get these class winners back out here. And I think as you step back and you break them down and study them, there's some differences within them, but at the same time, all three of these are very similar to me when you study them from the side in terms of proportionality, length of body, skeletal build, how they get out and go. To me, there's one of them that is so fresh and so balanced and so attractive from the side. I think she's probably the one that's the loosest and most appropriate in terms of her hip and her hind leg and how she gets out and goes at this kind of weight. One that's still really fresh and dimensional up high. Young lady directly in front of me is going to be champion. Congratulations to her.
Champion Duroc Gilt, exhibited by Michaela Spray. That brings out Leah Emanizer's second place animal.
Drop in that second place gilt, and like I talked here in class, one that has some extra unique pieces in terms of skull shape and stoutness, forearm, rear foot, and bone. Maybe doesn't get out and go quite as loose and just quite as comfortable. There's the champion, but one that certainly gets into contention. She comes back out here. There's another one I thought that followed the champion extremely close. Very similar in terms of type and kind. Honestly, just a little bit smaller. Young lady out of class 2 will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Reserve Champion Duroc Gilt, exhibited by Kinsley Beck. We are now showing Class 9 Hampshire gilts. These are gilts farrowed December 3rd through December 25th.
Good class here in the first class of Hampshires, and a good pair here on the top end. Young lady's going to go ahead and start this drive. That's the gilt to me that just reads the most appropriate from the side. She's the stoutest within this trio in terms of her foot and bone and her skull shape. Still attractive ahead of her shoulder blade and clean there through the bottom side of her jaw and into the base of her chest. She's one that's got the most spread and just the most three-dimensional power, and you get right up on top of her. When this gilt just gets out and goes and just relaxes there in her top line, maybe doesn't have to go to the bathroom the whole time, but when she does that, I still think she's just as good as any of them in terms of the set to her hip and her hind leg and how she uses it. Just need to get her to relax and go. Really nice gilt to go ahead and start this class. Young man's gilt, tall-shouldered and attractive from the side. She's a little bit longer-bodied gilt that has some extra extension up front. She's one, to me, as you get right up on her, she's not quite as stout in terms of her feature. She wants to get a little bit rounder and shorter out of her rump and doesn't have the same kind of spread there at the ground from behind. I could change her there to see her compete with the class winner that much higher. And the gilt that rounds out the drive has some extra length and extension and a good look up front. Just need to give that gilt more mass and power to compete with the two ahead of her. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 9 Hampshire gilts. First, Michaela Spray. Second, Keegan Spray. Third, Ava Carlson. We are now showing Class 10 Hampshire gilts. Gilts farrowed January 1st through January 15th.
Another good class. Young man on the far side is going to win this drive. And honestly, a gilt that might not be quite 100% ready to roll today or ready to play just in terms of condition and cover. There from forerib to flank. But I think as you step back and you study that one and study the basics and what she is and what she represents, that gilt is the best at the ground. When you study her on both ends in terms of staying true and square and wide, she's really good at her knee and at her chest. She's a really attractive gilt ahead of her shoulder blade in terms of her skull shape and the length of her neck. She's the best in terms of the shape out of the backside of her shoulder blade and down her top line. To me, where she really excels within this drive, she's the longest hip gilt of the initial three. She's got the best set to her hip and her hind leg, and she's the loosest when you set her in motion. Like I said, I would change her there from forward to flank. I'd give her a little more cover to just balance a little bit better from the side, but still a really nice gilt that's got some unique pieces. Go ahead and start this drive. The gilt in two is one that maybe just looks more generic or more appropriate for the Hampshire breed, I guess, compared to the class winner. Just in terms of how she's built from the side, she's one that has a really attractive look up front with, I would say, a Hampshire head and Hampshire ears and skull. She's one that's got a really good shape out of the backside of her shoulder blade. Set that gilt in motion, especially from behind. She's too short in her rump, and she's too short stepping from behind. That's where I'd change her. That's where I think the class winner has a real advantage over her within this drive. The gilt in three, similar story to the gilt in second. This one's a more moderate option of that gilt. That's stout in her skull and big in her arms. She's got a lot of dimension working up high. She's even tighter when you set her in motion from behind. She's not built as good in terms of her hock. Just need to loosen her up to see her go any better. The gilt here that comes next has some extra length and extension. I appreciate that about her. She's too tight and restricted and just uncoordinated when you set her in motion and move up. Level eared gilt here that comes next. Really soft there from forerib to flank and maternal in terms of her look when you study her from the side. Another one that when you set her in motion needs to be sounder, needs to be looser and more flexible to move up any higher. Young man's gilt here that comes next. Tall-shouldered, attractive up front, just needs more foot and bone and power, and needs to be squared up in terms of her hock from behind. And the gilt that rounds out the drive has some extra length and extension, some lean, good shape up high, just needs to be fixed in terms of her hind leg as she goes. A good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 10 Hampshire Gilts. First, Freddie Isom. Second, Leah Emmenizer. Third, Callie Martin. Fourth, Tate McInnes. Fifth, Bristol Snowert. Sixth, Levi Knoll. And seventh, Coleman McInnes. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Hampshire Gilt. From Class 9, we have Michaela Spray. From Class 10, Freddie Isom. Our Champion Hampshire Gilt Awards are sponsored by the Grogan and Martin families. Our Reserve Champion Hampshire Gilt Awards sponsored by Lewis Motor Sales.
Really nice group of Hampshire Gilts. We got the four of them back out here, and I think there's some give and take within the pair of class winners. I guess there's one to me that I really liked when she first came in class, and one that she gets out and goes, and she just gets comfortable. She's easily the best one to me. I like the young lady out of the first class or the older class to be champion, and then from there for reserve. I think it gets really close between the second place gilt there and the class winner out of the second class, and there's some trade-offs, some give and take. To me, the one that's more ready today, young man that's second to the champion to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Champion Hampshire Gilt, exhibited by Michaela Spray. Reserve Champion Hampshire Gilt, exhibited by Keegan Spray. In the ring is Class 11, Hereford Gilts. Gilts farrowed December 12th through January 5th.
Good class here in the first class of Hereford's young man in the black shirt's going to win this drive and does so real quick and real handily to me. Tall-shouldered, attractive gilt that's most appropriate when you study her from the side to me in terms of proportions and her balance. She looks really loose and good in terms of her set to her shoulder and her hip and her hind leg, and how she gets out and goes. Presented extremely well in terms of skin and hair. Really nice gilt and a good place to start. The gilt in two is one that's got some extras in terms of stoutness, a skull shape, really bold and robust out of the backside of her shoulder blade in terms of three-dimensional spread when you get right up on top of her. She's a big-footed, loose hinge gilt from behind. She's one to me that didn't balance up quite as well as the class winner. I would clean her up there at the base of her neck and her jawline, maybe clean her up there through her lower third to move her up any higher and just compete. But a really nice gilt to go ahead and be in second. The gilt in three, this is the tall-shouldered, longer, more extended gilt within the drive at the same time. She wants to come at you narrower off both ends, come and go narrower off both ends of her body. Needs to be stouter in terms of her feature to match all the extra mass and power she's got up high. And the gilt that rounds out the drive, tall-shouldered, long, extended gilt up front. Needs to be redesigned in terms of her hip and her hind leg to move up any higher. Just needs to hinge looser and be more athletic from behind. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 11 Hereford Gilts. First, William Robinson. Second, Nolan Tyson. Third, Clayton Moore. Fourth, Jack Gilbert. We're now showing Class 12 Hereford Gilts. Gilts farrowed January 14th through February 1st.
Another good class of Hereford's young man's gilt is going to go ahead and win this drive. Another one that does so rather quickly and rather handily. That gilt to me within this class. You get past her head shape and her ear set. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm the biggest fan of that, but from there back, she's easily the best in terms of her build and her skeleton. The way she's made and put together, she comes at you so square and bold and big in her chest. She's awesome in her forerib and back into her mid-body. She got the best shape working up high. Still, when you step back and study her and set her in motion, she's got the best set to her hip and her hind leg and how she uses it and gets out and goes. The gilt in two's got some extra length and extension, one that's really three-dimensional when you get right up on top of her. Maybe one that doesn't balance quite as well when you study her from the side. As the class winner, she wants to get a little bit looser there in terms of her spine, not as attractive there up front, just in terms of the bottom side of her jawline and how she ties into the base of her chest. Change her there, and she can certainly push the class winner. Gilt here that comes out in 3, another one that is tall shoulder and has some length and extension, really appropriate and really good in terms of her build and her skeleton. A gilt that needs stoutened up in terms of her feature and just massed up high to move up any higher. Gilt that comes out in 4, has the extra mass and dimension and power at the same time. She's not near as attractive from the side. She's not near loose enough in terms of her build and needs to be squared up in her hock. And the gilt that rounds out the drive, another one that's really bold there from forerib to flank, one that's got a lot of shape and a lot of mass, just too tight and too restricted when you set her in motion and move up any higher. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 12, Hereford Gilts. First, William Robinson. Second, Kyra Rainey. Third, Annalea Barton. Fourth, Banks Thornburg. Fifth, Owen Kaiser. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Hereford Gilt. From Class 11, we have William Robinson. And from Class 12, we have William Robinson. Champion Hereford Gilt awards are sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires, and our reserve champion Hereford Gilt awards sponsored by Hedden Family Farms.
Really good group of Hereford Gilts. We get them back out here. I think there's a good pair of them here in terms of the class winners that have some trade-offs and have some give and take within that pair. I like the young man's gilt out of the first class to be champion, the gilt out of the second class to be reserve. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Champion Hereford Gilt, exhibited by William Robinson. Reserve champion Hereford Gilt, exhibited by William Robinson. In the ring is Class 13 Landrace Gilts. These are gilts farrowed December 17th through January 8th. This is our only class of Landrace Gilts, so this will also be our champion and reserve champion Landrace Gilt Drive. Our champion Landrace Gilt awards are sponsored by Prestigious Incorporated, Noel Rainey, and our reserve champion Landrace Gilt awards sponsored by Beck's Hybrids, Ben DeFries.
Really good trio here in the only class of Landrace, and a great pair of them, a really high-quality trio of them, but a good pair on top. The young lady in the striped shirt there going across the center is going to win this drive. That gilt, to me, balances the best when you study her from the side. She's a big-footed, heavy bone gilt that's big in her forearm and good in her rear foot and bone. Get right up on top of her. She's the freshest and the shapeliest out of the back side of her blade. Really nice gilt and a good place to start. Young lady's gilt in 2 is another one that has some extra length and extension comparatively to the class winner and I guess eventual champion. I like this gilt in the way she ties her neck into the top of her shoulder maybe a hair better. She's cleaner there in terms of her crest and her pole at the same time from their back. She's a little flatter in terms of her forerib. She's not quite as loose and just doesn't hinge quite as athletically in terms of her hip and her hind leg and how she goes. That's where I'd change her to see her push the class winner and champion. And the gilt that rounds out the drive has some extra shape and extension up high. She's a shorter body gilt. She's just not good enough in terms of her build and her skeleton. Need to change her in terms of her hip and her hind leg, move her up any higher. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 13 Landrace gilts. First and champion, Leah Emmenizer. Second and reserve, Kyra Rainey. Third, Grayson Slavin. In the ring is Class 14 Poland gilts. These are gilts farrowed December 1st through January 5th. This is our only class of Poland gilts, so this will also be our champion and reserve champion Poland gilt drive. The Champion Poland Gilt Awards are sponsored by the Results Lounge, Kristen Rose, and our Reserve Champion Poland Gilt Award sponsored by Keystone Cooperative.
Good trio of Poland gilts. Young lady in the orange is going to win this drive and does so real quick and real handily. That's a gilt to me that is so good and so appropriate when you study her from the side in terms of proportionality and length of body, height of shoulder, and cleanliness up front, and femininity to her head shape and her skull, jawline. I love those things about her. You study her at the ground. She's awesome in terms of her toes and where she meets the surface. She's a square-chested gilt that's big in her forearm, got a lot of shape up high, really fresh from forerib to flank. Get right in behind her. She turns and goes extremely square and extremely appropriate behind big-footed, heavy bone gilt to match. Really good place to start. The young man's gilt is going to be in second. It is one that's really stout in her skull and big in her arm. Got a lot of foot and bone. One that doesn't balance as well from the side. She's a lower shouldered gilt that needs to be taller there to balance up better up front. I'd loose her in terms of her hip and her hind leg to move up any higher. And the young lady's gilt that rounds out the drive has some extra length and extension. A gilt that's nursing an injury there from behind on her right rear. Change her there, and she could certainly push those ahead of her. Another good class. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 14 Poland gilts. First and champion, Brooklyn Spray. Second and reserve, Cooper Bymaster. Third, Hadley Ward. We're now showing Class 15 spot gilts. These are gilts farrowed December 3rd through January 1st.
good class here on the top end, and top five really high quality gilts, and I guess a lot of sort and a lot of differences, and you have to step back and study and figure out where you live and lay your priorities. And the young lady in the pink shirt, that's the gilt to me that is just the most appropriate maybe. And you step back and study her in terms of fundamentals. She's the gilt that's really good in terms of her build and her skeleton. She maybe gets a little tight right there in her right rear pastern. She's done it the whole time, but never got worse, never got better. She's so square when she turns and goes, and so square when she drives at you. Get right up on top of that gilt. She's awesome out of the backside of her shoulder blade, down her top line in terms of squareness to her shape. She's one that balances the best to me when you study her from the side within this class. She's a stout skull gilt that's still feminine up front. I like that gilt a good deal to go ahead and start. The gilt in 2 is another one that compared to 3 and 4, she's just more appropriate in terms of her hip and her hind leg and how she uses her hock and gets out and goes. She's one to me that doesn't maybe match in terms of stoutness of foot and bone. I would stouten her in her foot and her bone work. I'd stouten her in her bottom jawline. I don't really love her head shape and the way she's built up front, but she's one that's just so basic in terms of softness and outward curvature there from forerib to flank and there through her mid-body. She's one that balances and just really gets out and goes really appropriately, really athletic on both ends. I would just change her there in terms of her stoutness to match all the extra mass and power she's got up high. Gilt here that comes next, undoubtedly stouter in terms of her skull, bigger in terms of her forearm and her rear foot and bone. I like those things about her. At the same time, I don't think she balances near as well from the side. I don't think she's built as good in terms of the set to her hip and her hind leg and just how it's assembled. That's where I change her and just lengthen her rump, see her take a longer step from behind. Similar story, the young man's gilt that's in 4 from her ham loin forward, as good as anything in class. Another really stout skull, big forearm gilt that's huge in her chest and huge in her front foot. Big footed gilt behind that's huge bone, but you get right in behind her. She wants to roll too much to the surface, deviate and funnel to the ground from behind. That's where she needs changed. Gilt here that comes next, one you have to appreciate for having some extra dimension, some mass up high. Really good from forerib to flank in terms of outward turn. When you just step back and study her, she's one that's just not as attractive. She's not built as good in terms of the fundamentals and basics there to her feet and legs to move up any higher. Gilt here that comes next, a longer bodied, more extended gilt. It's got a lot of shape and a lot of mass and power. Needs to be redesigned in terms of her skeleton. The gilt here that rounds out the drive, or the 2 gilts that round out the drive, have some extra length and extension. They just need to balance better and be fixed in terms of their hip and their hind leg to move up any higher. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 15 spot gilts. First, Callie Martin. Second, Maggie Ratz. Third, Allie Moore. Fourth, Rhett Summers. Fifth, Paisley Fruits. Sixth, Savannah Underwood. Seventh, Madeline Knoll. Eighth, Jack Gilbert. We are now showing Class 16 spot gilts. These are gilts farrowed January 4th through February 1st.
Another really good class. There's a lot of give and take here on the top end of this drive. To me, I guess the young lady in the black shirt, when you just step back and study the three of them, and you want to talk about fundamentals and build and skeleton and how you want to make them, to me, she's the best, and she's the most appropriate. She's the best of the three in her shoulder angle. I think she's got the best set to her hip and her hind leg. She is undoubtedly the loosest and most comfortable when you set her in motion. Now, at the same time, when you get up on her, she's maybe the flattest in her forerib and back into her mid-body. That's where I'd change her. I'd give her more bulk. I'd give her more three-dimensional spread up high. With that said, it's not like she's a narrow, flat one that has nothing when you get up on top of her. That's where I would just change her comparatively to those two gilts. They're going to be behind her in class, and that's where I think they both have an advantage. But that is the gilt to me that stays the most comfortable. I think she's the loosest and the best in terms of her build and her skeleton. Really nice place to start. 2 and 3, I think, is where the decision really lies within this drive. The gilt that's going to be in 2 is a tall-shouldered, attractive one up front. She's looser and better in terms of her shoulder angle when you set her in motion. She's one, to me, that just gets too tight and too restricted from behind when you watch her go. The gilt that's in 3 is one that's got a lot of extra just width and mass and power the whole time. She's just built a little bit tighter off both ends. She's further forward in her shoulder blade. She's tighter and more restricted in terms of her hip and her hind leg. That's where I'd change her. But a really good trio of gilts are on the top end of this drive that all have a shot. Maybe a couple of them just got a little bit too tight and too restricted the longer the drive wore on. The gilt in 4 is one that has some unique pieces. She's tall-shouldered, and she's really stout in her skull and big in her arm. Maybe not as attractive as those ahead of her, just in terms of how her head shape is and just the cleanliness there to the bottom side of her jawline. She's a big-footed, heavy-bone gilt. This view right here is where she finds her home in 4. She's not good enough in terms of her left rear leg, and how she uses it from behind has to be square and drop true out of the bottom side of her ham. Similar story for the gilt in 5. Young man in the blue shirt, a gilt that's got a lot of extra shape and a lot of mass and power, and you get right up on top of her, get in behind her. She's not built good enough in terms of her hock and her hind leg set. A young man in orange that comes next. Tall-shouldered, more extended gilt that's big-footed and heavy-boned. The gilt that needs to be just looser and more comfortable. And the gilts that round out the drive are gilts that have some extra shape and length and extension. They need to be stouter in terms of their feature. They need to be looser and more comfortable in terms of their step and move up any higher. A good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 16 spot gilts. First, Sophie Royer. Second, Brooklyn Spray. Third, Leah Emmenizer. Fourth, Cooper Bymaster. Fifth, Clayton Moore. Sixth, Nolan Tyson. Seventh, Layla Poxon. Eighth, Brantley Payne. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion spot gilt. Our winner from Class 15 was Callie Martin, and our class winner from Class 16, Sophie Royer. Our Champion Spot Gilt Award is sponsored by the Chuck Dill family, and our Reserve Champion Spot Gilt Awards sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
Drop the first and seconds back out here, and I think a really good group of spot gilts as they come back to us. There's a pair of them, obviously, with the class winners, and there's some trade-offs, and there's some give and take. There's one of them to me that I thought was so unique in terms of her skull shape and how loose or how square and just opened up she is down low, got a lot of shape and mass up high, still handles it extremely well. Young lady out of the first class, be champion. Congratulations to her. For reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer between the second place gilt and the gilt that won the second class. I think it's a really good pair of them. To me, I could tweak the one just a little bit and give her a little bit more mass, but her build and skeleton's so good. I like the young lady here in front of me out of the second class for reserve. Congratulations to her.
Champion Spot Gilt, exhibited by Callie Martin. Reserve Champion Spot Gilt, exhibited by Sophie Royer. In the ring is Class 17 Tamworth Gilts. Gilts farrowed December 13th through December 22nd.
Good class here in the first class of Tamworth. This young lady's gilts can go ahead and start this drive, and one that does so real quick and real handily to me. That's the gilt that balances up the best when you start here from the side. She's the best when you set her in motion. Really good proportionality and just balance. Like I said, stout skull, big forearm gilt. If anything, I would change her from behind in terms of her hock placement and how she used it from behind. It doesn't affect the range of motion really from the side. Just needs to be squared up from behind. Young man's gilt there on the fence, that's going to be second. Comparatively to the gilt in third, she's just more appropriate in terms of her length of body. She's better in her chine there in the top of her shoulder. Really attractive gilt ahead of her shoulder blade. She's got a good set there to her hip and her hind leg. Just doesn't really get out and want to go and use it. Maybe scared of the green, I'm not sure, but still a good gilt. The young man really has presented well. And the young man that's going to round out the drive in three, really good skin and hair on this gilt, and a tall-shouldered, extended kind of a gilt. A gilt that just needs more mass and more power, needs more foot and bone to compete with those two gilts ahead of her in class. A good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 17, Tamworth Gilts. First, Carly Woods. Second, Corbin Bullhofer. Third, Jack Gilbert. In the ring is Class 18, Tamworth Gilts. Gilts farrowed January 5th through January 12th.
Young lady directly in front of me is going to win this class and does so real quick and real handily. That's the gilt that's got the most three-dimensional spread up high and just the most power working. She's the widest and the truest and the squarest down low, and yet still really balanced from the side. Really good in terms of the set to her hip and her hind leg and her angles. Nice gilt and a good place to start. Young lady's gilt in two. This is a taller shouldered, really extended gilt that's got some extra length there from there back. She's one that's still got good shape up high and still stays appropriate there in terms of her width from the ground up. That's where she has an advantage over the gilt that's in three. A gilt to me that in order to push the class winner, I'd give her more from forerib to flank and just give her a better balanced look from the side. The gilt here that comes next, young lady in red drives, tall-shouldered and attractive up front, and a gilt that you have to appreciate from the side. When you get right in on this gilt, she's the narrowest of the initial three, especially from behind. She's the flattest in her forerib and back into her mid-body. That's where she needs to be changed, move up any higher. Gilt here that comes next, young man drives, has some extra length and extension. Maybe not built good enough in terms of her hip and her hind leg and just needs more power to move up any higher. Similar story for the gilts here on down the line. just gilts that need to balance better and be fixed from a skeletal perspective, move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 18 Tamworth Gilts. First, Avery Moore. Second, Sarah Hoey. Third, Audrey Spray. Fourth, Kale Slavin. Fifth, Emily Kindle. Sixth, Adeline Payne. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Tamworth Gilt. From Class 17, Carly Woods. From Class 18, Avery Moore. Our Champion Tamworth Gilt Awards are sponsored by Hedden Family Farms, and our Reserve Champion Tamworth Gilt Awards sponsored by First Farmers Bank and Trust.
Drop these gilts out and get the first and seconds back out here. Another really good group here within the Tamworth breed. There's a good pair of class winners out here, and there's some give and take within that pair. One of them reads so stout in her skull and her arm and her foot and bone, so much mass and dimension up high. And then there's another one that maybe a little more attractive there, ahead of her shoulder blade, really loose and really comfortable in terms of her skeleton off both ends. Still got a lot of mass and power up high. There's a little bit of differences in them. There's one that's just more appropriate, especially as I get right in behind her in terms of her hock placement. I like the young lady out of the second class to be champion, young lady out of the first class to be reserve. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Champion Tamworth Gilt, exhibited by Avery Moore. Reserve Champion Tamworth Gilt, exhibited by Carly Woods. In the ring is Class 19 Yorkshire Gilts. These are gilts farrowed December 18th through January 19th. This is our only class of Yorkshire Gilts, so this will be our champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Gilt Drive. Champion Yorkshire Gilt Awards are sponsored by Andy and Chrissy Wise. Reserve Champion Yorkshire Gilt Awards sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
Really good class of Yorks and a good trio here on the top end of this drive. Young man's gilt there on the far end that's going to win this drive. If you accept her head and the top of her neck and her poll and her crest from there back, she's easily the best one within this class, and it's not even close. She's the biggest footed. She's the biggest forearm. She's the loosest in terms of her hind leg. She's the biggest in terms of her hind leg. I love those things about her. I love the stoutness to her skull. I wish she was maybe a little bit more attractive there at the crest of her neck. That's where I change her and how she ties into the top of her shoulder past that. I think that she is so good from the side in terms of her length of body and proportions. Her skeleton is made so appropriate, especially for having that much foot and bone and just extra power. Gilt's got a lot of really unique pieces and a good place to start. 2 and 3, I think, is where the decision lies within this class. Young lady in red, I like that Gilt's presence from the side. Her show ring just appeal to me is where she finds her home in second. She ties her neck really good in the top of her shoulder blade. She proportions really good from the side. She's a good-footed gilt that's really sound and loose and flexible. If anything, I would maybe just give her a little bit more turn out of the backside of her shoulder blade. That's where the young man in blue has an advantage. That gilt's got more turn up high. She's got more outward curvature there through her forerib and back into her mid-body. At the same time, I don't think she's built quite as loose or quite as appropriate there in terms of her hip and her hind leg. She doesn't tie her neck quite as smooth into the top of her shoulder blade and just wants to come apart there a little bit from the side. A really good trio, though, on the top end, and all three of them presented extremely well. Young man's gilt here that comes next, another one that really basic and fault-free in terms of fundamentals, build and skeleton, and functional in terms of how she's made. If anything, I think she's got a little bit too much set to her hip and her hind leg and maybe not just quite as athletic as those gilts ahead of her. She's another gilt that wants to come apart there at her neck, shoulder junction, and how she ties. She doesn't have quite as much outward turn there through her mid-body as those ahead of her in class, but another really nice gilt. Young man does a great job with, presented really well in terms of skin and hair. Gilt that rounds out the drive, has some extra length and extension, extra shape and turn up high, just needs more bulk and more power. Loosen her up in terms of her hip and her hind leg, move any higher. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 19 Yorkshire Gilts. First and champion, Rhett Musser. Second and reserve, Audrey Spray. Third, Rhett Summers. Fourth, Kenneth Rose. Fifth, Christopher Skinner. That concludes our purebred gilt show for the morning, and we are now moving into the crossbreds. In the ring is Class 20. These are light crossbred gilts weighing 205 to 243 pounds. For those watching on our live stream, we'd like to thank Tippecanoe Wintech for being the sponsor of that, and Ringside Live for making that stream possible and available. Thank you again to Tippecanoe Wintech for being our sponsor of our live stream for those unable to make it today.
good class and a good way to start the light crosses. Young man's blue gilt there on the far side is going to start this drive and does so rather quickly and rather handily to me. That's the gilt that's easily the best and the most appropriate in terms of her hip and her hind leg, especially her rear leg when she goes directly away from me. She's really loose and comfortable when you set her in motion off both ends. She really balances well from the side. Really pretty blue gilt there when you watch her go across the ring. If anything, comparatively to 2 and 3, maybe not quite as much turn up high out of the backside of her shoulder blade. That's where them gilts have an advantage, but at the same time, she's just looser, more flexible, more comfortable when you set her in motion and watch her go. Young lady's gilt here in 2s, the EST gilt in class. Stoutness to skull, huge forearm, big-footed gilt, really big in terms of her rear leg and just how much bone she's got at the same time. She doesn't use her hock the best. She's not built as good in terms of her hock and just her placement behind. She needs to be a little bit softer there from forerib to flank and just balance a little bit better from the side to move up any higher. A really good pair, though, there on the top end. White gilt here that comes next is one that's so stout in her skull and bold in her chest and big in her arm. Got a lot of shape working up high. I like those things about her. She is more appropriate in terms of her hock set from behind as you watch her go. At the same time, she's one that when you study her from the side, she's a little bit tighter wound there in terms of her spine. She wants to raise up just a little bit. Doesn't balance quite as well. Comes apart there in her next shoulder junction. A little bit pinched there in her ham loin. Just needs to just soften and balance and loosen up there ever so slightly to move up any higher in class. I think if she does that, she can push those two ahead of her a great deal. The young man's gilt here that comes next is loose in her spine. She's really loose when you set her in motion and watch her go. I don't think she balances well from the side. Her looseness to spine honestly comes to a demise a little bit. She wants to dip there behind her shoulder blade. She's too soft on her front feet. Get right in behind her. She's similar to the gilt that's in 2. She needs to be square in terms of her hock as she turns and goes directly away from me. That's where I change and move her up any higher in class. Young man's gilt here that comes next. Tall-shouldered and attractive up front. Really good shape up high. She needs more outward turn there from forerib to flank. Needs to just soften up as you study her from the side and balance better. And the gilt that rounds out the drive has some extra length and extension. Just needs to be stouter from front to rear and have more power up high. A good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 20 light crossbred gilts. First, Brody Martin. Second, Carly Woods. Third, William Robinson. Fourth, Rhett Summers. Fifth, Kane Storms. Sixth, Savannah Underwood. In the ring is Class 21 light crossbred gilts. Gilts weighing 245 to 262. If you are in the Coliseum and still looking for a show program for today, there's been some more printed off. We have a box here at the back of the announcer's table. If you want a show program, we have show programs available.
Another really good class, and honestly one that probably is a little harder to line up. But you just step back and study them. I don't think there's any one of them that's perfect. I'm going to tell you what I see in them. I do know the one that's the most unique when you study her from the side and you watch her go is definitely the young man's in the green. When you talk about height of shoulder, length of neck, and stoutness of skull, and femininity up front, and then how big her forearm is and where her front foot sets, how big her hind leg is, and her proportionality and just her balance from the side. Her range of motion from the side is awesome. Where I have a problem is I get right in behind her. She's got to be squared up in terms of her hind leg. And with that said, the gilt in second's not good enough either. So the one that's the best and the most unique from the side and really has a good proportion, that's young man in the green, and that's why he's going to win this class. The gilt in two, the young lady drives, is one when you get right up on top of her, boy, you have to appreciate her for her three-dimensional power up high, huge in her forerib, and awesome through her outward turn through the center. Like I said, you get right in behind her. She's not square enough either, and at the same time, she gets a little bit tighter and more restricted probably out of her hind leg. She doesn't meet the surface as quite as big of a foot, doesn't have as much bone, and maybe doesn't have the same kind of ring presence or eye appeal to me as the class winner there when you study her from the side. The gilt in three is the one that you want to just step back and you want to say, man, she's the squarest, but is she good enough? She's a little bit shorter in her face and not as attractive up front. She's too soft on her front feet. She's not near as stout as those two gilts ahead of her in class. She's a little bit just frailer in terms of her feature, flatter there in her arm. If we could change her there and stouten her, maybe make her a little more attractive up front, I think she could certainly push those two ahead of her. Gilt that comes out in four, standing still is as good as any. Height to shoulder, look up front, really good curvature and shape out of the backside of her shoulder blade. She's another one, though, that you get right in behind her. She's not built good enough in terms of her hock and her hind leg. Of the initial four, she's the flattest in her forerib and back into her mid-body. Need to change her there. Gilts that round out the drive, have some extra length and extension, and need to be better from a skeletal perspective, move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 21 light crossbred gilts. First, Blake Miller. Second, Ava Carlson. Third, Emily Seaman. Fourth, Sarah Hoey. Fifth, Briella Rainey. Sixth, Ashley Risch. We are now showing Class 22 light crossbred gilts, gilts weighing 268 to 282.
Really good class. Young man's blue gilt here on the top end is going to win this drive and does so real quick and real handily to me. That gilt, when you step back and study her from the side, for one, her color pattern is just incredible to me. I love that dark blue or that almost dark gray color. I think it works so good. She is so fresh and so good in terms of her skin and hair. From her shoulder blade forward, she's easily the best in this class in terms of her head shape, in terms of her jawline, the cleanliness she's got to the bottom side of her jaw and how she ties into her chest, where she ties her neck into the top side of her shoulder blade. She's the most youthful, the most attractive up front. From there back, to me, she's built the best in terms of her build and her skeleton. When she first hit the ring, she had a little bit of hitch in her giddy up there on her one rear leg. The longer that we go, actually, she's improved and she's gotten better out here. Really nice gilt. The proportion's awesome. Balances really well from the side. A good place to start. Young lady's blue gilt that's in 2. When you just step back and another one and just talk about fundamentals and how she's built comparatively to 3, 4, and 5, she's the one that is really square in her chest and good in her knee and good at the surface up front. She's maybe a little bit more generic in terms of the set to her hip and her hind leg than the class winner. At the same time, she is square in terms of her hock placement when you drop her out of the bottom side of her ham. She's looser when you study her from the side. She's still a big-footed, heavy bone gilt. Maybe just not quite, doesn't have the same kind of ring appeal and the same kind of show appeal and look. When you study her from the side, there's the class winner, but still a really high-quality gilt that's got a lot of good pieces and a lot of basics and fundamentals. The gilt here that comes out in 3, you get right up on top of this one. She's overwhelming, to be honest with you. Out of the backside of her shoulder blade, her 3-dimensional power, extra spread up high, huge in her full rib and back into her mid-body. Get in behind her. She's not built good enough in terms of her hock. She's not built good enough in terms of her rear passer and her foot and how she meets the surface. With that said, for packing all that much power, she still gets out and goes plenty loose and plenty good enough to me to find her home in 3rd. I would lengthen her out ever so slightly to compete with those 2 ahead of her in class. I change her hind leg just a scotch to move her up. The gilt in 4 was one that so just youthful and feminine about her head. She's huge in her chest and square at her knee and at the ground up front. I like those things about her. Similar to gilt there ahead of her, she's really bold out of the backside of her shoulder blade. She doesn't tie her neck as good in the top side of her shoulder and get in behind her. While she doesn't push her hock at the same time, she gets too tight and too restricted. She doesn't have as much bone as the other ones in class, and the longer the drive wore on, she really wanted to get tight and start to swivel from behind. The gilt here that comes out in 5, another one that you have to appreciate her color pattern. I like those things about her. Stout skull gilt that's huge in her forearm and huge in her mid-body. Get right in behind her. She's the worst of the initial 5 in terms of her hock placement. She needs to be squared up from behind, move up any higher within this drive. But the young lady does a great job getting her drove and getting her presented. Just needs to be changed there to move up any higher. Gilt here that comes next, tall-shouldered, attractive up front, just not loose enough in terms of her skeleton and her build as she gets out and goes, but a really good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 22 gilts. First, Keegan Spray. Second, Allie Moore. Third, Kinsley Beck. Fourth, Emily Seaman. Fifth, Avery Moore. Sixth, Connor Brand. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion light crossbred gilt. From Class 1, Brody Martin. From the middle class, Blake Miller. And the winner of the last class, Keegan Spray. Our Champion Light Crossbred Gilt Awards, sponsored by Keystone Cooperative, and our Reserve Champion Light Crossbred Gilt Awards, sponsored by Beck's Hybrids, Ben DeFries.
Drop these 3 class winners back out here, and what a good trio of them as they come back to us. And all 3 of them represent a lot of good and have a lot of positives. When I step back and study them, there's one of them to me that, man, I really liked her when she first came out in class. I still really like her. She hits me good, and at this weight, I think she's really appropriate, does a lot of things right. Young man out of the last class with this dark belted gilt champion. Congratulations to him.
Champion light crossbred gilt, exhibited by Keegan Spray. That brings out Allie Moore's second place pig.
Dropping the gilt to his second tour, and one that certainly gets into contention and gets in the mix quick, and one that, like I talked in class, has some extras in terms of stoutness and power. Maybe didn't have the same kind of ring presence as the champion there when you step back and study her from the side. But like I said, one that definitely has some extras and still a really good gilt. I think it's tough for reserve. The one I like second best, I'm going to keep that pair together. Young lady that was second to the champion be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Reserve champion light crossbred gilt, exhibited by Allie Moore. We are now moving into our first division of dark crossbred gilts. This is class 23, dark crossbred gilts. These are gilts that weigh 203 to 221 pounds.
Really good class and a really good pair up here on the top end, and have a little trade-off to me. And the one that's going to start the drive, young man in the flowered shirt out there in the center, that gilt just has so much more to her. At this stage, she's stout-skulled and still long and attractive there in terms of her neck and her head shape. She's really good in terms of the base of her chest and her forearm. Gilt has got a really fresh shape up high. To me, she's got more foot and bone and just more substance when you take her to the surface, especially from behind. A really nice gilt and a good place to start. Young man's gilt in two. You have to appreciate this one from the side. In terms of height of shoulder, her look up front, her skin and hair is absolutely perfect and awesome. I like that about her. she's one to me that doesn't have as much just outward turn there in her forerib and back into her mid body. I'd drop her in her flank ever so slightly. At the same time, to compete with the class winner, I'd stouten her in her bone work and just give her a bigger foot, especially from behind there at the ground. But a really nice gilt there to go ahead and be in second that I think is one that could have a real bright future down the road. The gilt that's going to come out in 3, a more moderate gilt that's big in her chest and big in her arm. Really got a lot of swoop there through her belly line and her lower third. Honestly, she gets a little bit too soft there in her top line. She's a gilt that needs to be stouter in terms of her feature to move up any higher. Maybe doesn't balance quite as well because she's a little bit looser there in her top comparatively to those two gilts ahead of her in class. Gilt here that comes out in 4 is another one you have to appreciate for having some extra length and extension. I like those things about her. At the same time, she's too flat in her forerib and back into her mid body. Doesn't balance up as well from the side. And the gilt that rounds out the class, tall shouldered and extended up front, has some shape up high, just not built good enough in terms of her build and her skeleton to move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 23, dark crossbred gilts. First, Banks Thornburg. Second, Reese Arnold. Third, Blake Miller. Fourth, Penn Storms. Fifth, Dwight Peters. In the ring is Class 24, dark crossbred gilts. Gilts weighing 223 to 243.
Good class and good way to start. Young lady's gilt here directly ahead of me in the center of the ring to go ahead and start this drive. A gilt that's got stoutness of skull and really good and attractive look up front. She's big in her arms. She's got the most spread and just most three-dimensional shape when you get right up on top of her. She's awesome in her forerib and back into her mid-body. Set this gilt in motion and watch her go. Stays very appropriate in terms of her hip and her hind leg and how she uses it, and she goes across the ring. A really nice gilt and a good place to start. Young man's gilt in too is another one that's got an attractive look up front. She's one that's got a lot of just outward turn there from forerib and back into her mid-body. I like that about her. At the same time, when you step back and study her from the side, she's a softer-footed gilt on both ends. Maybe doesn't balance up quite as well. Because of that, she too could be stoutened up in terms of her feature, especially at the surface behind to compete with the class winner and just move up that much higher. The calico gilt that comes out next, one that so loose and so good in terms of her build and her skeleton. I love that about her. She's one to me that isn't near stout enough. When you talk about just her skull and her feature to compete with those two gilts ahead of her in class, that's where she needs to be changed. She just falls out from that perspective, gets a little bit rounder out of her rump, and doesn't balance up quite as well from the side. But so good in terms of her build and her skeleton. The one in 4 is one that is so intriguing to me in terms of some of the pieces that she possesses from the side. Her height of shoulder, length of neck, and look up front. She's a really fresh back gilt in terms of her shape. She doesn't have much outward turn there from her forerib back into her mid-body. Gets a little bit too dry in the center portion of her body, but she's got a big foot and a big hind leg that goes appropriately and correctly in terms of how she gets out and uses it. She just has to have more there through the center portion of her body to make her balance better, move up any higher. Gilt here that comes next has a lot of mass and a lot of power up high. Stout skulled and big in her arm. Set her in motion, and the longer that we drive, the tighter that she gets and the more she wants to swivel from behind. And the gilt that rounds out the drive has some extra length and extension. A gilt that doesn't balance up near well enough from the side and move up any higher. My compliments to those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 24 dark crossbred gilts. First, Kinsley Beck. Second, Rhett Musser. Third, Owen Kaiser. Fourth, Asher Peters. Fifth, Jet Beck. Sixth, Elizabeth Knoll. In the ring now is Class 25 dark crossbred gilts, gilts weighing 253 to 265. I've been asked to announce, as far as a lunch break is concerned, we will finish the gilt drive. That includes selection of all of our crossbred gilts and our bred and owned gilt. After that, we will take a 30-minute lunch break before we start the barrows.
Really good pair of gilts. I probably didn't have to take that long, and I probably shouldn't have because I ended up doing what I was going to do from the initial start anyways, and that's start with the young lady with the dot back gilt. That gilt to me, when you step back and study him, well, for one, this is, a very good pair here on the top end of this class. It has a lot of quality. That gilt within the pair is better in terms of her build. She's looser in terms of her skeleton. She gets out and takes the loosest, most athletic stride, undoubtedly to me, within this pair. The reason I think it's hard is because, for one, I don't think her color is very good. I hate the way her color comes up into her neck. It makes her crest and her poll look worse than it already is because it doesn't tie perfectly anyways, and then the white comes up and it makes her look shorter necked. So that's one thing when you step back and study her from the side that I would change. And the gilt in second, honestly, I think just ties a little bit better there. The gilt that wins the drive to me, comparatively to the gilt in second, she is so square when she comes and goes. I love that about her. At the same time, she's a little bit rounder in terms of her rump. The gilt in two has an advantage from that perspective. So I think it gets really close. I just think she stays looser. She stays more comfortable, especially the longer the drive wears on, and that's why she finds her home in first. The gilt in second is so unique to me when you step back and study her from the side in terms of, I guess to me, when I would take them home and start to breed on them, she has so much upside potential from a barrow making perspective. Her skull shape, the shape she's got out of the backside of her shoulder blade, down her top line, her length of body, proportionality. I love that about her. She was tighter the entire time. When she first hit the ring until now, I would just loosen her up there ever so slightly, and she could certainly push that class winner that much harder. But like I say, a great pair there on the top end of this drive. Young man's gilt in third is another one that when she first came out, I love what she represents from the side in terms of length of body and proportions. A gilt that the longer that they drove, the tighter she got, especially up on her front left. Wanted to just labor just a little bit. That's why she found her home in third. The gilt that comes next has some extra length and extension. Not the same kind of ESTs or wow factor those gilts do ahead of her in class. Change her there, and she could certainly move up. Another gilt that really good in terms of the basics and fundamentals. Needs to be stouter in terms of her feature. And the black gilt that rounds out the drive. Tall shouldered and extended up front. Needs to be looser and just hinge better from behind and be more athletic in terms of her hip and her hind leg and move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 25, dark crossbred gilts. First, Milena Emmenizer. Second, Callie Martin. Third, Carson Brook. Fourth, Kalen Dimmick. Fifth, Will Larman. Sixth, Corbin Bymaster. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Division I dark crossbred gilt. Coming out of Class 23 is Banks Thornburg. From Class 24, Kinsley Beck. And from Class 25, Milena Emmenizer. Our Champion Division I Dark Crossbred Gilt Award is sponsored by Acre Pro, Kyle Spray, and Reserve Champion Division I Dark Crossbred Gilt Award sponsored by Beck's Hybrids, Ben DeFries.
Really good trio of gilts. We get these three back out here, and all three of them represent a lot of good things in terms of build and skeleton and having some extras and some ESTs. There's one of them I thought came out of a really good class. I like the best when they get back out here. Young lady on my left out of the last class, beat champion in this division. Congratulations to her. Drop out the gilt to his second turn. She certainly gets into contention real quick. I love that pair in class. I thought they were close. I thought it was real minor differences that sorted them. I'm going to keep that pair together. I like the young lady in the pink to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Champion Division I Dark Crossbred Gilt, exhibited by Milena Emmenizer. Reserve Champion Division I Dark Crossbred Gilt, exhibited by Callie Martin. Today, assisting us with handing out ribbons and other awards, we have the 2025 Miss Tippecanoe County Queen and her court with us. We'd like to take an opportunity to recognize them. Our queen this year is Kylie Cox. First runner-up in Miss Congeniality is Brenna Snowart. second runner-up is Carolyn Jarbo. And our third runner-up is Grace Klinkhammer. Thank you, ladies. In the ring is Class 26, our first class of Division II dark crossbred gilts. This is a class consisting of gilts weighing 266 to 277 pounds.
Really good class, an awesome pair of gilts here on the top end of this drive. Young man in the black shirt that wins the drive. That gilt stays the loosest to me in terms of her hip and her hind leg, and definitely her front skeleton, especially the longer the drive wears on. At the same time, I think that gilt has the most appropriate and the best show ring look and appeal when you study her from the side. I'll be honest with you, I'm not the biggest skin and hair guy. I love good skin and everything, but hair doesn't really matter to me that much, but that gilt is awesome haired. I mean, her hair is awesome texture, and it really makes her blend and go really good when you study her from the profile. I like that gilt a great deal. Go ahead and win this drive. The gilt in, too, is one that when she first came out hit me pretty good in terms of her skull shape, her length of neck up front, her squareness to the base of her chest, and how big her forearm is. Longer that we drive, the tighter she gets off of both ends. A gilt to me that maybe wants to just come apart in her balance ever so slightly and get a little lazy there maybe in her back when you study her from the side. The longer the drive wears and the tighter that she gets. But a really good pair of gilts there on the top end. Another one that's presented to a T. Young man does a great job with. The young man's gilt in 3 is one that stout in her skull and attractive up front. She's more closed up and narrow at her chest and at the ground up front. She's one that doesn't have quite as much just feature and bone as those two gilts directly ahead of her. Maybe doesn't balance up quite as well from the side, or just have the same kind of ring presence and look that those two gilts do that go first and second. Gilt here that comes next, huge in her chest and big in her front foot and square, a big armed gilt. She doesn't get out and go good enough in terms of her hip and her hind leg. To me, when you set her in motion, needs to be redesigned there to move up any higher. The gilt that rounds out the drive has some extra length and extension and height of shoulder. Just needs more punch. You get right in on top of her. Needs to have more three-dimensional spread. Needs to have more stoutness in terms of feature, move up any higher. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings in Class 26, dark crossbred gilts. First, William Robinson. Second, Brody Martin. Third, Colin Miller. Fourth, Finley Rice. Fifth, Connor Gamble. We're now showing class 27 dark crossbred gilts. These are gilts weighing 280 to 287 pounds.
Another good class and good pair here on the top end of this class that have some give and take. To me, the young man's gilt that starts the drive, this is where she has the advantage within this class. When you study her from the side and as she goes across the ring, her height of shoulder, stoutness of skull, look up front, how it all blends there into the top of her shoulder blade and the base of her chest from there back. She's bolder in her forerib and better through the outward curvature there to the mid part of her body. I think she's cleaner in her flank and balances better from this side. Get right in behind her. That's where I'd change her. She wants to deviate in her hock there ever so slightly, funnel to the ground a little bit at the same time. The gilt here that's going to be in 2 does the same thing. So that's where I would change her to make her that much better. But I still love that gilt from the side, and I love her presence, and that's why she finds her home in 1. The gilt in 2, another one that has a unique look from the side, from her shoulder forward. She doesn't have the same kind of bulk there out of the backside of her blade in terms of her forerib and back into her mid body. She needs to be cleaned up in her flank ever so slightly, especially on this left side. And a gilt to me, when you get right in behind her, another one that needs squared up from behind. So with that said, I would also stouten her feature ever so slightly, especially there at her rear ankle and at the ground there behind. The gilt here that comes next is a tall-shouldered, extended gilt. When you study her from the side, she's one that needs more bulk and just more power. When you get right up on top of her, give her more ESTs and more wow factor when you study her from the side. And the gilt that rounds out the class, really 3-dimensional up high and a lot of spread. She's too soft on her front feet and just too restricted off both ends of her body to move up any higher. A good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from class 27 dark crossbred gilts. First, Brecken Good. Second, Brecken Good. Third, Kenneth Rose. Fourth, Elijah Mosley. In the ring is class 28 dark crossbred gilts, gilts weighing 295 to 323. A reminder again, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break following the selection of all of our crossbred gilt champion and reserve champions, as well as our 1 class of bred and owned gilts.
Another good class and a good pair here on the top end of this drive. Young lady in the yellow shirt is going to go ahead and win this class. That gilt, to me, when you just study that pair, she's so much stouter in terms of her feature, especially when you talk about her skull shape and her forearm. She's big in her chest and bold, really good in her forerib and back into her mid-body. Get right up on top of the gilt. She has so much three-dimensional power and spread up high. Go right to the ground from behind. She's so true in terms of her hock placement, so good in terms of her rear foot and her rear step. A really good gilt that still balances well from the side. If anything, I think that's where the gilt in 2 might have an advantage just in terms of her crest and her pole and how she ties into the top side of her shoulder. That's where I like this gilt that's in 2. Maybe a scotch better. At the same time, she's one that doesn't read with the same kind of feature and the same kind of stoutness. When you talk about her indicators of just her skull and her forearm and her rear foot and bone, she's one that the longer that we go, she does want to tighten up just a little bit. Longer that we go, but still a really nice gilt. Young lady does a great job getting presented and drove. A really good pair there on top. The gilt here that comes out in 3 is one that has so much power. She's huge in her chest, bold in her forearm, lots of shape and lots of spread up high. Get right in behind her. She's not square enough in terms of her hock and how she goes to the surface behind. If we could change her there, she could certainly move up and push them gilts ahead of her in class. Young man's gilt here that comes next. Tall-shouldered and attractive, not loose enough and just athletic enough from behind. The young man here that comes out in 5. Got a stout skull, big forearm gilt that's too closed up and too narrow through the lower third of her body. And the gilt that rounds out the drive, extras in terms of stoutness and power. Skull, forearm, foot, bone. I like those things. Set her in motion. She's just way too tight and too restricted off both ends of her body to move up any higher. Change her there, and she could certainly push those ahead of her because she's got the extras. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 28, our final class of gilts. First, Claire DeFries. Second, Carly Woods. Third, Rhett Musser. Fourth, Rhett Musser. Fifth, Owen Brenner. Sixth, Isabel Tyson. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Division II Dark Crossbred gilt. From Class 26, we have William Robinson. From Class 27, Brecken Good. And from Class 28, Claire DeFries. Our Champion Division II Dark Crossbred Gilt Award is sponsored by Melody Klauser, Crop Insurance Specialist. And our Reserve Champion Division II Dark Crossbred Gilt Awards sponsored by Neil Mosley family. Our County Sheriff's Department has just informed me that we have a few vehicles that need to be moved off the grounds or moved from where they are parked currently. We have a Dodge Ram licensed to a Feeney that needs to be moved, a GMC Sierra licensed to Storms, and a Ford Expedition licensed to Martin. Please move your vehicles or the Sheriff's Department will move them for you.
Really good trio of heavyweight class as we get all 3 of them back out here. And I think there's some give and take within the 3, where you want to lay your priorities and what you want to do. And there's one of them, I guess, that has some extras just in terms of look and stoutness and maybe doesn't go quite as good. There's one that is so good from the side. You get behind her, not square enough in terms of her hind leg, but range of motion's awesome from the side. And then there's one of them that's just basic and fault-free and stout and good. Maybe change her to her crest and her pole just a little bit, but she's still the squarest as she comes and goes at this weight. Still has plenty of extras. I like the young lady's gilt out of the last class to be champion. Congratulations to her.
Champion Division II Dark Crossbred gilt exhibited by Claire DeFries. That brings out Carly Woods, second place.
Up in that second place gilt, like I talked to her in class, one that had such a good look from the side, maybe tightened up and not quite as stout in terms of her features. When you get her back out here, I think she's one that certainly fits into the mix and gets into the mix fast. There's another one that, man, I love this gilt from the side. When you just talk about look, proportions, balance, range of motion, and what she represents, I'd change her a little bit and just square her up behind ever so slightly, maybe stouten her feature. Young man right here in front of me in my left will be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Reserve Champion Division II Dark Crossbred Gilt, exhibited by Brecken Good. We are now moving into the selection of our overall champion Dark Crossbred Gilt. From the Division I, our champion is Milena Emmenizer. And our champion from the Division II is Claire DeFries. Our overall champion Dark Crossbred Gilt Award is sponsored by Bymaster Farms. And our Reserve Champion Dark Crossbred Gilt Awards, also sponsored by Bymaster Farms.
Get this pair back out here, and both of them represent so much good when you study them as they come and go, and study them from the side and having some extras and some ESTs. Both of them are similar to me, I guess, in terms of having some, like I said, extras and stoutness and those things. There's one of them to me that's better when you study her from the side. She's looser in terms of just her build, and her athleticism is so good when you set her in motion and watch her go. Young lady out of the first division will be champion. Congratulations to her.
Champion overall Dark Crossbred Gilt, exhibited by Milena Emmenizer. That brings out Callie Martin's Reserve Champion from Division I.
Drop in the Reserve D1 gilt, and one that those two gilts came out of the same class, and they were so good in class, so good throughout their division. She gets out here, and she certainly fits the mix and gets into the mix right away. I'm going to keep that pair together. I love that gilt in class. I still like her second best. Young lady in the pink will be Reserve.
Your Reserve Champion Dark Crossbred overall gilt is exhibited by Callie Martin. And finally, we are ready to show now for our overall Crossbred Gilt Champion and Reserve. The Champion Overall Crossbred Gilt Award is sponsored by Evan and Kayla Martin family. The Reserve Champion Overall Crossbred Gilt Awards sponsored by the Grogan and Martin families. Our champion from the light crossbreds is Keegan Spray. Our champion from the dark crossbreds is Milena Emmenizer. A reminder, after the selection of these next two crossbreds, we will have one final gilt class, which is our bred known division, and then we will have our lunch break prior to the barrow show.
Really good group of crossbred gilts. We bring the lights and darks back together, and they come to us so fresh and so good, and so many extras and ESTs. I guess to me, as I step back and study the light and the dark together, like I say, both of them have a lot of good and a lot of positives. There's one that is so unique to me to have this kind of look and still open up with this much bulk and power and spread up high, still be so good in her skeleton and loose enough when you set her in motion. I like that young man's blue gilt to be champion. Congratulations to him. Young ladies blue, the reserve light, is one that, like I talked to her in class, so good in terms of her feature and her stoutness. maybe didn't have the same kind of ESTs and look and ring presence. There's our eventual champion, but still gets into the mix and fits the mold right away. But the one that I like second best, young lady out of the darks, be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your champion overall crossbred gilt, Keegan Spray. Reserve champion overall crossbred gilt, exhibited by Milena Emmenizer. As we wrap up our gilt show this morning, we have one final class out in the ring. You won't find this class in your show program, but this is a class we started a few years ago. This is our bred known division. To gain entry into this class, these 4-H'ers have already shown these gilts. They stood near the top of their class already. And more importantly, these are gilts that the 4-H'ers have raised from birth. These are the animals that they've owned their entire life and put that extra effort in as far as a bred known project goes. So let's give these folks a nice round of applause for the extra work that goes into raising these bred known animals.
This is an awesome division, and I mean, a great thing to give back to the kids that are doing it at home and doing the bred and own thing. I love this division. I wish a lot more shows would do this. I think it's going to get more popular within counties and state fairs and all those things. There's a couple of them out here to me that really stick out, and I remember them from their breeds and respective classes. I like the young man's Yorkshire gilt there to go ahead and be champion, and the young lady with the Berkshire gilt right next to her is going to be reserved. Congratulations to those individuals.
Your champion bred known gilt. The award is sponsored by Patrick and Melinda O'Neill. The winner of that is Rhett Musser. Reserve champion bred known gilt. That award is sponsored by Dave and Linda Swank. Your winner is Avery Moore. That does conclude our gilt show for the morning. We are taking a lunch break. We'll start Berkshire barrows at 11:45. Good morning in the Coliseum. We are now resuming the swine show following our lunch break. We are beginning our barrow drives. Our first class in the ring is class 29, Berkshire barrows. These are barrows weighing 222 to 237 pounds. As we start our barrow drive today, we'd like to take an opportunity to thank some sponsors for the day. Once again, our live stream of our swine show, and really the live stream for all of our livestock shows this week that have been housed here in the Coliseum, is available on Ringside Live. And we'd like to thank Tippecanoe Windtech for their generous support and sponsorship of that live stream program. In the ring today, we have Lindsay Hanowich taking photographs. We'd like to thank Farmers National, Farm Credit, and the Dice family for sponsoring her and making it available so that all the photographs could be downloaded by the 4-H families on her website. We've got some new scales in the swine barn that help make weigh-in go smoothly. We'd like to thank the Chuck Dill Memorial Fund for that. Lots of new placing pins and gate rods that were made available by First Farmers Bank and Trust, as well as Keystone Cooperative. We've had some bedding donated this week by Anderson's, as well as Mulberry Feed. We have some new wash rack hoses as well, sponsored by the Dice family. Let's give a nice round of applause to all of those sponsors that help make the fair happen.
Good class and good way to start here as we get into the Burke Barrow Show. I like the young ladies' barrow to start this drive, and I think at this weight, this is the barrow that's most appropriate in terms of his build and his skeleton. I think he's still, where I'd change him, I'd open him up just a little bit from behind there at the lower part of his stifle and at the ground, but still, that's getting awfully nitpicky on one that balances up extremely well from the side, height of shoulder, look up front. A barrow that's got good shape working out of the backside of his shoulder blade and down his top line. I like where he's at this weight compositionally, and I think a barrow that's just still on the up and up and got some grow and some future. Young man's barrow in second. That's the barrow in this class. He's got the most shape up high out of the backside of his blade. He's got the most curvature there. I like that about him. He's a barrow that's still got a good look up front, get right in behind him. He wants to push his hock ever so slightly and just get tighter and more restricted when you set him in motion. That's where I would change him to make him push that class winner that much harder. The barrow that's in three is one that comes and goes really square through the lower third of his body, studying at the ground. I love his flexibility off both ends. To me, he's just got too much condition today, especially at this weight. I'd clean him up compositionally, give him more shape up high, clean him up at the lower side of his jaw and his jowl there, just where it meets the base of his chest. Do that, and I think he could certainly push the others because he's got the extras in terms of width and squareness that it takes to compete at the highest level. The barrow here that comes next has some extra length and extension. Really wants to get plainer out of the backside of his shoulder blade and down his top line. Need to change him there to move up. Another barrow here that comes next has some three-dimensional shape and power. Needs redesigned in terms of his hip and his hind leg. And the barrow that rounds out the drive has some shape up high. One that's just not good enough movement or balance good enough from the side to move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from class 29, Berkshire barrows. First, Carly Woods. Second, Corbin Bymaster. Third, Clayton Moore. Fourth, Evan Purcell. Fifth, Kaylin Dimmick. Sixth, Briella Rainey. In the ring is class 30, Berkshire barrows weighing 243 to 259.
Another good class here in the second class of Burke. Young lady in the striped shirt is going to win this drive and does so real quick and real handily to me. That barrow, when you just step back and study him from the side, he's the best in terms of his ring presence and his look, especially through the front third of his skeleton. He transitions really well on his top line back into his mid-back and his mid-body and stays really loose and comfortable in his build and skeleton. Really nice barrow and a good place to start. Young man's barrow, too, is one that's got some extra shape and three-dimensional spread up high. I like that about him. Set this barrow in motion. He gets a little bit tighter and just a little shorter step in there in terms of his rear leg and just rear skeleton, especially the longer the drive wears on. That's where I change him to allow him to push the class winner that much harder. The barrow here that comes in 3, another one, got a lot of three-dimensional spread up high. At the same time, he doesn't have as much shape, and he's a rounder made barrow up high. He's rounder out of his rump and shorter out of his rump. Consequently, he wants to roll up underneath himself just ever so slightly on drive. Front 2/3, though, you really have to appreciate, especially his head and neck and just his look up front. A nice barrow there. The young lady does a great job with to be in 3rd. Young lady here that comes out in 4 in the green, tall-shouldered, extended barrow. I like that about him. He's got a good set of running gears off both ends, and he's sound and he's athletic at the same time. He's too closed up and too narrow off both ends. He's the flattest, the initial 4 when you get right up on him, and just needs more punch. The barrow here that comes next, similar stories. He comes and goes. He's too closed up down low off of both ends. Needs to be stouter in his feature, but one similar to the barrow above him. Appreciate him from the side for his look that he's got up front. And the barrow that rounds out the drive has some extra stoutness to his skull and his forearm. Just doesn't want to balance up quite as well. Comes apart there at the top of his shoulder. Comes apart in his top line. Another good class. My compliments to those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 30 Berkshire Barrows. First, Leah Emmenizer. Second, Brady DeFries. Third, Charlotte Okus. Fourth, Aubrey Reed. Fifth, Madeline Cheeseman. Sixth, Piper Sinesal. In the ring is Class 31 Berkshire Barrows. Barrows weighing 264 to 285.
Another good class. Young lady in the red wins this class and does so pretty quick and pretty handily to me, especially for a Berk barrow. As we get up into a heavier weight, that barrow stays, he's stout in his skull, and yet he's clean at the bottom side of his neck and his jawline. He transitions the top side really well into the top of his shoulder blade, balances well from the side, got a really crisp and good turn out of the back side of his blade, really appropriate with where he sets his rear foot and drops square out of the bottom side of his ham and his stifle behind a nice barrow to go ahead and win this drive. Second and third, I think, is where the decision lies within this class. The barrow that's in second, honestly, when you get on him, he just got more to him. He's got a lot more three-dimensional spread out of the backside of his shoulder blade, bigger in his forerib and rounder in the middle part of his cage, and that lays the foundation for all that extra mass and power up high. There's no doubt the barrow that's in three, he's looser and he's better in terms of his hip and his hind leg, in terms of his athleticism and his step. At the same time, he's too plain when you get right up on top of him. He's too flat out of his ham and stifle from behind. Need to change him there to move up any higher. But a good trio there on the top end of this class. Young man's barrow here that comes next. Tall-shouldered, attractive up front. Too flat in his forerib and back into his mid-body when you get into him. He just needs to be powered up to move up any higher. Another barrow here that comes next does have the extras there in terms of spread up high and just some shape up high. At the same time, he's not built good enough in terms of his hip and his hind leg to move up any higher. Young lady's gilt here that comes next, another one that's got some stoutness, just wants to fall apart in terms of balance when he's starting from the side. Young man that rounds out the drive has a barrow that's tall shouldered and has some extra length and extension. Just needs quite a bit more power from front to rear and top to bottom, but another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 31, Berkshire Barrows. First, Audrey Spray. Second, Connor Brand. Third, Brody Martin. Fourth, Owen Brenner. Fifth, Alton Hedrick. Sixth, Avery Sinesaw. Seventh, Carson Dice. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Berkshire Barrow. The winner of Class 29 was exhibited by Carly Woods. The winner from Class 30, Leah Emmenizer, and our class winner from Class 31, Audrey Spray. Our Champion Berkshire Barrow Awards are sponsored by Owl Creek Farm, and our Reserve Champion Berkshire Barrow Awards sponsored by Neil Mosley family.
Get out here for Champion Burke. I think it gets close between the three of them. All three bring a lot of good to the table and a lot of positives when you just step back and study them in terms of stoutness, some extras, and some ring presence and some look. There's one of them to me out here. To be honest with you, I think that kind of just does it best when you talk about how he looks from the side and his ring presence and just his show appeal. He's one that still reads with plenty of stoutness. When you talk about skull and forearm, rear foot and bone, and yet when you set him in motion, he still comes together really well when you study him from the side. He's a really nice barrow, especially as we work up into heavier weights. Young lady in the red out of the last class be champion. Congratulations to her.
Champion Berkshire Barrow is exhibited by Audrey Spray. That brings out Connor Brand's second.
Drop in the barrow that was second to that barrow in class. And like I talked to him in class, one that's got a lot of shape and three-dimensional spread and power up high. Maybe one that doesn't just get out and go and handle his rear leg quite as athletic as you'd like to see him go, but one that certainly has some extras and gets into the mix. There's another one out here I liked a great deal. I like the young lady out of the first class to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Reserve champion Berkshire Barrow exhibited by Carly Woods. In the ring is Class 32 Chester White Barrows. These are barrows weighing 224 to 288. This is our only class of Chester White Barrows, so this will also be our champion and reserve champion Chester White Barrow Drive. Our champion Chester White Barrow awards are the Donald W. Brown Memorial, and our reserve champion Chester White Barrow Award is sponsored by Dr. Jerry Preuss.
Good class here in the Chester, just one class. So young man in the green will be your class winner and champion there, and a barrow that within this drive is the one that easily is the freshest. He's easily the most youthful in terms of his look and his appearance up front. He's the best in terms of the shape out of the backside of his shoulder blade and down his top line. And he's really square and good in his chest, and he leaves you with that same notion in terms of width from behind. Now, he's not perfect. I'd change him in his ham-loin junction. I'd pick his spine up just a little bit and his back up. As he goes and he turns and goes, at times he'll throw his one rear leg just ever so slightly, but still nice kind of a barrow there to go ahead and start this drive. 2 and 3 is kind of where the decision lied to me within this class. They're similar in terms of their kind. Honestly, when you study them from the side, both could be changed. The young lady's barrow that's in second is just so much stouter in terms of his skull, so much bigger in his arm and his rear foot and bone. A barrow to me that maybe looks like he's a little bit past his prime or just needs to blow and spread. But still a nice kind of barrow there to be second. The barrow in third is another one that need to pick up his front feet, change him there to allow him to balance better from the side. A barrow that's got more turn out of the backside of his shoulder than the barrow there directly ahead of him in class at the same time. He's too short and round out of his rump, too rigid in terms of his hind leg to move up any higher to me. Need to just adjust him from that perspective, move up any higher. Another barrow, front 2/3, you can appreciate having some stoutness to skull, some width to his chest. 2, 3, and 4. He's got the most shape out of the backside of his shoulder blade at the same time of 2, 3, and 4. He's easily the most restricted when you talk about his hip and his hind leg and how he gets out and goes. Barrow here that comes next has some extra length and extension. I like that about him. He's one that needs more punch and just needs more power throughout. And the barrow that rounds out the drive is another one that's got some extra stoutness in terms of feature, just needs to have more shape and more power, and you get right up on him. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 32 Chester White Barrows. First and champion, Blake Miller. Second and reserve, Marcinda Kane. Third, Brooklyn Spray. Fourth, Ava Leader. Fifth, Kaya Jones. Sixth, Josephine Holt. We are now showing Class 33 Duroc Barrows, barrows weighing 220 to 252.
Good class and good pair of Duroc barrows here on the top end, and there's a lot of differences within this pair, and I'll tell you how I see them and why I like them the way I do. Young Lady's barrow is one that when you just step back and study him and find the good. He's tall-shouldered, he's stout-skulled and attractive up front. He's bigger in his forearm. To me, and the barrow that's going to be in second, he's really good in his forerib and back into his mid-body. Get right out of the backside of his shoulder blade. He's got enough turn and enough three-dimensional spread up high. Could I change him there? Does the barrow in second have an advantage there? There's no doubt that he does. Get right in on this barrow. I'd spread him right here at his stifle and his lower ham a little bit to make him perfect. But to me, when you just watch him go and step back off the side of him, he's more appropriate in terms of his step and how he handles his hip and his hind leg as he gets out here and just more athletic in terms of his movement. The barrow that's going to be in second, the young man drives. That barrow is so awesome in terms of the base of his chest. I love his forearm. Barrow that's got a really good look ahead of his shoulder blade. Get up on top of him. He's got a class advantage in terms of extra spread and just three-dimensional power up high. I don't particularly like the way this barrow handles his hip and his hind leg. He's got too much set to his hock. He wants to just get out and get a little bit just wonky from behind and not take a true athletic step every time and hit the same step and hit the same hole. That's where I'd change him. At the same time, I'm maybe stouting him in terms of his feature ever so slightly to match all his extra power. Still a really good class. Both of them represented extremely well. Great skin and hair. Young man does a good job getting him drove. Young lady's barrow here that comes next is one that is more moderate in his kind. He's got some extra just power up high, big-footed, heavy-boned barrow. Needs to be more extended, have a better look from the side, move up any higher. Young man's barrow here that comes next is tall-shouldered, attractive up front, needs to be pulled apart and have more spread there from front to rear to move up any higher. Another barrow here that comes next, a bigger, heavier weight barrow that just has to get out and go better. Looks like he's nursed an injury from behind. Same story with the barrow that rounds out the drive. Just doesn't want to get out and go really from behind, especially on his one rear leg. Change him there, he can certainly move up. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 33 Duroc barrows. First, Brooklyn Spray. Second, Blake Miller. Third, Collins Mosley. Fourth, Josiah Mosley. Fifth, Adeline Payne. Sixth, Brock Winger. In the ring is Class 34 Duroc barrows. Barrows weighing 261 to 267.
really good class. We bring them back out here, and it's a class. Honestly, to me, when they first came out, I don't know that there was one that just grabbed a hold of me besides the class winner. And I think as you step back and you study them, you know, whether you're a judge, a spectator, parent, it's real easy to start picking them apart and find the faults in them. But when you step back and you want to find the good, the young lady driving right at me there in the center of the ring, that barrow easily has the most good within this drive. He is the best in terms of his head shape and his look up front ahead of his shoulder blade. Awesome there at the base of his chest. He's a big-footed barrow up front. Could he pick him up on his front pasterns? Yes. Does it hurt him when he gets out and goes? No. So that's where I would change him just ever so slightly. But that's one that's unmatched in this class in terms of his ring presence and his look from the side. He's one of the bigger-footed, heavier bone barrows in class, and I can promise you he's the best in terms of how he gets out and goes and uses his hind leg. Really nice barrow and a good place to start. Young ladies barrow in two, when you get right up on this one, you have to appreciate this barrow. You come out of the backside of his shoulder blade. He is huge in his forerib, awesome in his mid-body, got great shape out of the backside of his shoulder blade and down his top line. You step off to the side of him, maybe one that's just a little bit more generic in his look compared to the class winner. Doesn't have quite as much just ring presence and look up front in terms of his skull and the length to his neck. He's a little bit shorter and a little bit rounder in his rump. Doesn't take quite as athletic of a stride behind. That's where you could change him to push the class winner that much harder. But a really fault-free one that's awesome in terms of just market fundamentals. A nice barrow there to go ahead and be in second. Barrow that comes out in third is like our class winner in terms of stoutness of skull and length to his neck up front at the same time. He doesn't balance near as well from the side. He's lower set there at the point of his shoulder and wants to get a little bit plainer in his top shape up high. He's a barrow that gets a little bit rounder and shorter out of his rump. Doesn't take quite as long of a step from behind. That's where he needs to be better. The barrow here that comes next, meat and potatoes kind of barrow. A lot of power, a lot of bone, a lot of stoutness. As he comes at me, he's too far out in his chest and his elbow. Need to be fixed on his front feet. Doesn't balance up near as well as those ahead of him in class when you step off and study him from the side. But a lot of power within that barrow when you get up on top of him. Another one here that comes next, tall-shouldered and attractive up front when you study him from the side. He needs to be squared up in his front feet. Needs to have more power there in his forerib and back into his mid-body. And the barrows that round out the drive are barrows that need to be better from a skeletal perspective, need to balance better when you study them from the side. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 34 Duroc barrows. First, Olivia Hedden. Second, Milena Emmenizer. Third, Evan Purcell. Fourth, Ava Carlson. Fifth, Adeline Kemper. Sixth, Madison Hayes. And seventh, Brenna Rice. We're now showing Class 35 Duroc barrows, barrows weighing 270 to 274. The Tippecanoe County Sheriff's Department has once again found some vehicles that are parked where they are not supposed to be. They have asked me to announce that if you are not in a parking spot, especially near the buildings here, please find a parking spot or they will tow your vehicle. Thank you.
Another good class of red barrows here, and I like the young man's barrow directly in the center of the ring. Go ahead and start this drive. That barrow to me is just the loosest and most comfortable in terms of his build, and yet combines that with being the freshest out of the backside of his shoulder blade. Really good in terms of his full rib and back into his center and mid body in terms of freshness and outward turn. Barrow that gets out and goes and uses his rear skeleton very appropriately as he goes across the ring. Nice barrow and a good place to start. Young man's barrow in two is one that's really attractive ahead of his shoulder blade. I like that about him. He's got a great shape to his skull and his head and his jawline. He's one to me that when you get right up on him, he wants to flatten there out of the backside of his shoulder into his forerib and back into his center. He's a little bit lower shouldered, kind of a barrow that just doesn't maybe balance quite as well from the side, but still a good barrow the young man does a great job with and a good place to be in second. Young lady's barrow going out in third. Moderate, really bold up high, really good in terms of his feature, his stoutness, a foot and bone. One to me that had to be better when you set him in motion and balance better from the side. Similar story with this young man's barrow here that's in four. Really stout skull and big in his arm. He's one that's just too tight and just too restricted in terms of his hip and his hind leg when you set him in motion. Next barrow out, longer and more extended, had really good shape up high. The barrows here that round out the drive are tall shoulder barrows, got some length and extension. Both of them need to balance better from the side. They need to be better in terms of their hip and hind leg to move up any higher. A good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 35 Duroc barrows. First, Cooper Bymaster. Second, Jacob Brand. Third, Addison Mosley. Fourth, Elijah Mosley. Fifth, Corbin Bullhofer. Sixth, Sarah Hoy. Seventh, Madeline Larman. We're now showing Class 36 Duroc barrows, barrows weighing 281 to 293.
Really good class, and apologize for taking a little more time. I think the top four were extremely good, and I think there's some give and take within those four. There's one of them, unfortunately, just wouldn't drive to really get out there and compare. But the young ladies that's going to start the drive, when you get up into this kind of weight of a red barrow, that one to me is still so fresh. When you talk about his head shape and his skull and how he ties his neck up high, still really good in terms of the shape out of the backside of his blade and into his top line. He's a big-chested barrow that's still good and bold in his forerib and his mid-body. He is as loose and as comfortable. He is the most comfortable of all the barrows within this drive. And like I say, I still think he has enough to him at this kind of weight. A really nice barrow and a good place to start. The barrow that's in two is one that has a really attractive look ahead of his shoulder blade. That's where he has an advantage to me within this drive. He's so clean at the bottom side of his neck and his jawline. He ties his neck really smooth and transitions awesome into his top line. You get right up on this barrow. Honestly, of the initial four, he is the flattest in his forerib. He is the flattest in his mid-body. He wants to close up at his hock from behind ever so slightly, but he's still a really good skeleton, one that can get out and take a step and go. A nice barrow that just needs a little bit more punch there through the center portion of his body to compete with that class winner. Barrow here that comes next, a stout skulled one that's big in his arm. A barrow that offers a good look when you study him from the side. Get right up on top of him. He really wants to get planer out of the backside of his shoulder and into his top line. He's a barrow that the longer the drive wore on, the tighter that he got in terms of his hip and his hind leg and just his hock placement, but still a nice kind of barrow and a good one there to be in third. The barrow here that comes out four is one that, like I talked, if you just study this barrow for what he is and study him standing still, he is as good in his chest and his forerib and his body as anything. He's appropriate and as square as anything. You get right up in behind him, he just won't drive, to be honest with you, and one that wouldn't even get off the gate. So I wish he would have, because I think it would have been interesting to see him out there with the top three, but a really nice barrow there to be in four. The young lady's barrow here that comes next is extremely stout in his skull, huge in his forearm, awesome front foot. Love his rear bone. One that doesn't balance up as well from the side. Gets a little bit too soft on his front pass turn, a little bit too loose there in his spine. Just wants to drop too much to move up any higher. Young lady's barrow here that comes next. Big, heavyweight barrow that's longer bodied and more extended at this weight. He really wants to get plain up high and flat up high in terms of his shape. Needs more stoutness to feature to move up any higher in class. And the barrow that rounds out the drive has some extras when you get right on top of him in terms of his forerib and into his center body. One that just doesn't get out and go and move near well enough to move up any higher. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 36, Duroc Barrows. First, Claire DeFries. Second, Brody Martin. Third, Alexander Buck. Fourth, Jet Beck. Fifth, Sawyer Canoy. Sixth, Maggie Ratz. Seventh, Cade Kitchell. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc Barrow. From Class 33, we have Brooklyn Spray. From Class 34, Olivia Hedden. From Class 35, Cooper Bymaster. And from Class 36, Claire DeFries. The Champion Duroc Barrow Award is given in memory of Don Smith, and the Reserve Champion Duroc Barrow Award is sponsored by Preston Smith and family.
Really good set of Duroc Barrows. We get the four class winners back out here, and as they come back to us, I think they all represent their classes extremely well. They've all got a lot of positives. There's one of them to me. I talked, you could change them in one area. Came out of a pretty good class, and one that still blew his class out of the water. I think he's easily the best one out here. Young lady out of Class 2 in the center will be champion. Congratulations to her.
Champion Duroc Barrow, exhibited by Olivia Hedden. That brings out Milena Immonizer's second place.
Drop in that second place barrow, and I talked to him in class. You get right up on that one and have to appreciate him up high for what he represents in terms of just three-dimensional spread and power and composition and where he's at this stage. He certainly gets into the mix and fits the mold as we get him back out here. There's another one I liked a good deal that came out of a really good class. I like the English lightweight there in the orange shirt to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Reserve champion Duroc Barrow, exhibited by Brooklyn Spray. In the ring is Class 37 Hampshire barrows, barrows weighing 220 to 245.
Good class here as we get into lightweight Hampshire barrows. Young lady in the middle of the ring there in the greenish blue shirt is going to go ahead and win this drive and does so real quick and real handily within this class. That barrow is tall-shouldered, attractive up front. He's the best in his shape up high. He's the squarest in his hind leg and still got the most substance of foot and bone. You get right in behind him. Really nice barrow and a good place to start. Young lady's barrow in two. That one's got a lot of shape and a lot of power and three-dimensional spread up high. I love that about him. He still balances up well from the side. Get right in behind him is his worst view. He wants to just push and roll out in his hock there too much to compete with that barrow that wins the drive, but still have to appreciate that one for the shape that he possesses up high and just the extras he's got from a muscle standpoint. The barrow here that comes next in threes, tall shoulder and extended up front, got some extra length from there back. He's one to me that just has to balance better when he's studying from the side. Needs to be better in terms of his proportions to move up any higher. Young man's barrow here that comes next. Another one that's really good and loose in his skeleton. Just doesn't have enough power when you get right up in on top of him there through his mid-body and up high. The barrow here that rounds out the drive. Tall-shouldered barrow that's got some extra length and extension. Just needs more foot and bone, more substance, and more power throughout. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 37 Hampshire barrows. First, Michaela Spray. Second, Kaylin Dimmick. Third, Madeline Knoll. Fourth, Simon Okus. Fifth, Connor Gamble. We are now showing Class 38 Hampshire barrows, barrows weighing 259 to 282.
Another good class here in the second class of Hams. Young man's barrow that wins the drive is the one that you just step back and study and puts the most positives together. Proportions well from the side. He's a tall shoulder barrow that's good looking up front. He's the most appropriate and the best in terms of the shape out of the backside of his blade and down his top line. Stays square in terms of his hind leg set. When he goes directly away from me, a really nice barrow that's compositionally easily the best in this class and good place to start. Young man's barrow in 2 is a tall shoulder barrow that's got some extra length and extension. A barrow that's really loose in his spine and good in terms of his hip and his hind leg. A barrow that doesn't have near as much punch when you get right up on top of him. Needs more three-dimensional spread and just more power to compete with the class winner there to move up any higher in class. The barrow here that comes in 3, shorter body barrow, similar to the class winner in terms of just length and proportions from the side. He's one that has to be better in terms of his hind leg as he turns and goes. A frailer featured barrow that could be stouter there at the ground. The barrow, another one that comes next, tall-shouldered and attractive up front as he comes and goes. He's way too closed up and too narrow off both ends. Just needs to be stouter from front to rear. Young lady's barrow has some extra length and extension. Another one that just needs to be stoutened up and powered up. Like to see that barrow balance better from the side. And the barrow that rounds out the drive does have better shape up high at the same time. He's too short and round out of his rump. Too restricted when you set him in motion, but a good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 38 Hampshire Barrows. First, Cooper Bymaster. Second, Tate McInnes. Third, Sarah Hoy. Fourth, Carson Dice. Fifth, Kyra Rainey. Sixth, Scarlett Kemper. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Hampshire Barrow. Our class winner from Class 37, Michaela Spray. From Class 38, the class winner, Cooper Bymaster. Our Champion Hampshire Barrow Award is given in memory of Dave Buck. The Reserve Champion Hampshire Barrow Award is given in memory of Henry and Judy Booman.
Good group of Hamps. We get these class winners and seconds back out here, and I think as you step back and study them, similar to the other breeds so far, just represent a lot of good things in terms of market fundamentals and still being good in their skeleton, having a good look from the side. There's a pair of them to me that are high-quality barrows, just do it that much better. I like the 2 young ladies out of the first class to be champion and reserve. Congratulations to them.
Your champion Hampshire Barrow, exhibited by Michaela Spray. Reserve champion Hampshire Barrow, exhibited by Kaylin Dimmick. In the ring is Class 39 Hereford Barrows, barrows weighing 233 to 248.
Good class here in the first class. So Hereford's in kind of a challenging class lineup, to be honest with you. And I don't think either one of these three is perfect. So when you set that aside and just step back and study them and ask yourself which one does the best, which one puts the most positives together, which one's a combination barrow when you get them out here, I think that's the young man's barrow in the center. Talk about tallness of shoulder and height of shoulder. Look up front. He has a class advantage from that perspective. You take him from there back. He is the best in his spine. He's the best in his lines. Proportions extremely well from the side. I'd change him and I'd tweak him in one area, maybe two. You get right in behind him. He wants to push his rear leg just ever so slightly. Comparatively to the other two, you could stouten him in his feature there just a little bit. But when you step back, like I say, and put the most positives together, that's the one that does it. Young man does a great job getting him drove. Really nice barrow and a good place to start. Young lady's barrow that's going to be in two is one that just doesn't balance well enough from the side. If you can make that barrow balance better, I certainly think that he makes it awful close on the top end. He's too low there at the point of his shoulder and too far forward in his blade. He's one that roaches up in his top and his mid-back and over his loin edge. If you could change him there and relax him and see this barrow get out and go and drive, I think he's certainly in contention to win the drive because compositionally, he is probably the best barrow in this class in terms of where he's at with shape and cover combo there. I like that about him. One that, like I say, just has to balance better from the side. Young lady's barrow in three of the initial three. This is easily the one that's the stoutest in terms of his feature. Skull, forearm, rear foot, rear bone. I like that about him. He's one that's really good in his forerib and back into his mid-body. You just step back and study this barrow. I don't think he's near as attractive about his head and neck. He's a soft-footed barrow that's lower statured up front. He, too, wants to roll up there in his back ever so slightly. Of the initial three, I think he's the tightest and just most restricted and wants to swivel his hind leg from behind. The barrow here that comes out next, another tall-shouldered, attractive barrow up front. He's got good shape working up high. A lighter skin barrow that's not quite as just attractive from the side. Really closed up at his knee and at the ground up front. Wants to get flatter there in his forerib and back into his mid-body. And the barrow that rounds out the drive, similar to the barrow in three in terms of proportions and length of body and just length to height ratio. One to me, though, that just has too much cover at this stage. Needs to have more shape and more power. Make his hind leg work a little bit better and move up any higher. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 39 Hereford Barrows. First, Simon Okus. Second, Audrey Spray. Third, Bristol Snowart. Fourth, McCrae Kaiser. Fifth, Freddie Isom. We are now showing Class 40 Hereford Barrows, barrows weighing 260 to 286.
Good class of Hereford barrows. Young man on the far side there in the corner is going to go ahead and win this drive, and that's the barrow of the pair. To me, when you get right up on top of him, he is so much better out of the backside of his shoulder blade in terms of his top shape, in terms of his forerib and mid-body and three-dimensional spread up high. He's a big-chested barrow that leaves you with that same notion. I really like that about him, and I think where the pair got really close, the longer the drive wore on, the tighter that barrow gets in his right rear pastern. He doesn't want to just get out and use it as good. The barrow that young lady drives in too, at the same time, is cleaner there at the bottom side of his neck and his jawline and where it ties into the base of his chest. I like that about him. He's looser and he hinges better in terms of his hip and his hind leg at the same time. Within that pair, he's the barrow that's a little bit longer bodied. He doesn't have the same kind of just fresh shape working out of the backside of his shoulder blade and down his top line. But I'm here to tell you that is a really, really high quality pair of Hereford barrows to be on the top end of this drive. My compliments to those two exhibitors. Take nothing away from young man's barrow in third. This is another good one that is big in his chest and stout in his skull. Got good shape up high. Honestly, when you study him from the side, he's just too soft in his top line. Wants to get a little bit too lax there and drop his spine. He's one that, though, that you get right in behind him, still stays true and square from the ground up into his upper skeleton. A really nice kind of a barrow. Young man does a great job getting him drove and presented. Young lady's barrow here that comes next is another one that's got some length and extension, just gets too plain in terms of his muscle shape up high, needs more power. Similar story here to the barrow that comes next. Needs to have more shape out of the backside of his shoulder blade and down his top line, more curvature up high. And the barrow that rounds out the drive has some extra length and some extra extension. Just doesn't go quite good enough or balance quite as good when you study him from the side. Really good class. My compliments to those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 40 Hereford barrows. First, Alexander Buck. Second, William Robinson. Third, William Robinson. Fourth, Analia Barton. Fifth, Haley Summerfield. Sixth, Kyra Rainey. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Hereford barrow. Our winner from Class 39, Simon Okus. Our winner from Class 40, Alexander Buck. Champion Hereford barrow awards are sponsored by the Mark Roberts family. Reserve Champion Hereford Barrow Award, sponsored by Courtney Julick.
Really good set of Hereford barrows. We get them back out here. My compliments not only to the kids exhibiting them, but the breeders. I think this is, to be honest with you, in the barrow show so far, this is the deepest breed that we've had in terms of depth and quality. I think that all four of them represent their classes and their breed extremely well. There's a pair of them to me that I like. I like the young man out of the last class to be champion, young man out of the first class to be reserve. Congratulations to you guys. Congratulations to all the exhibitors on a great set of Herefords.
Champion Hereford Barrow, exhibited by Alexander Buck. Reserve Champion Hereford Barrow, exhibited by Simon Okus. In the ring is Class 41 Landrace barrows, barrows weighing 245 to 290. This is our only class of Landrace barrows, so this is our champion and reserve champion Landrace barrow drive. Champion Landrace barrow awards are sponsored by Neil Mosley family. Reserve champion Landrace barrow awards sponsored by Beck's Hybrids, Ben DeFries. Take a moment here to recognize some special guests that are helping us to pass out ribbons and awards today. We have our 2025 Miss Tippecanoe County, Kylie Cox. We also have her court with us today. First runner-up in Miss Congeniality is Brenna Snowart. Second runner-up is Carolyn Jarbo. And third runner-up, Grace Klinkhammer. Thank you, ladies.
Good class of Landrace and a real good one to win this drive. Young lady in the yellow shirt's going to win, and that's a barrow that I'm guessing he's reaching up into a heavyweight. And for a heavyweight and a lower statured pig, he's still one that's really good in terms of his composition. Height of shoulder, look up front. He's big in his chest. He's huge in his forearm and front foot. He's a big-footed, heavy bone barrow, and you get right in behind him. Most impressive view, to be honest with you. You get right up on top of him from behind. He's still so fresh in his back. Stays so square from behind. Really nice barrow and a good place to start. Young lady's barrow in 2. That's a tall-shouldered, extended barrow that's got a lot of look up front. He's good shaped up high. When you compare him back to the class winner, he's just flatter there, or he's narrower in his chest and flatter in his blade. Not as much there through his forerib and back into his mid-body, but still a really high-quality barrow the young lady does a great job with. The barrow that's in 3rd, tall-shouldered, extended up front. He's a longer-bodied kind of a barrow that's got a good set to his hip and his hind leg, one that just has to have more shape and more muscle. And you get right up on top of him from behind him, and the barrow that rounds out the drive, another one that's got some extra length and extension. He's got to be stouter in terms of his feature, just got to have more three-dimensional power when you get right up on top of him. But another really good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings from Class 41 Landrace barrows. First and champion, Katie Holmes. Second, reserve, Milena Immenizer. Third, Owen Brenner. Fourth, Grayson Slavin. In the ring is Class 42 Poland barrows, barrows weighing 220 to 269. This is our only class of Poland barrows, so this will also be our champion and reserve champion Poland barrow drive. Champion Poland China Barrow Awards are sponsored by the Tucker Shook Agency, Eric Moore, and Reserve Champion Poland Barrow Awards sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
Good class, single entry class here in the Poland. Young lady on the far side is going to start this drive and does so with the combination bearing class. Has got some look and some ring presence when he's studying from the side. He's the one, though, that when you get up on top of him, really fresh and really good in terms of his three-dimensional shape up high, big in his forerib and into his mid-body. Get right in behind him. He's a big-footed, heavy bone bearer that goes square from behind, takes a long, flexible stride. Nice kind of a bear, a good place to start. Young man's barrow here that comes next, presented extremely well in terms of skin and hair. I like that. Tall shoulder barrow that's attractive up front, that's got a good shape up high. If we could just get this barrow to grab a gear and go and loosen up a little bit, he certainly pushes the class winner and champion that much harder because he balances so well. His proportions are awesome. Just needs to get out and go and be looser. Young lady's barrow here that comes next. Stout skull, big in his chest and his arm. Got a lot of shape up high. One that doesn't balance maybe quite as well from the side. I'd like to loosen his hind leg up as well for him to move up and really push the champion that much harder. The louder marked barrow here that comes next. Stout skull and attractive from the side. Huge in his forearm. Get right up on top of him. He's too flat out of the backside of his shoulder blade, not only into his forerib, but up high as well. The young man in the blue shirt here that comes next. A shorter bodied barrow. The proportion's good. Just compositionally needs to be better. Got a little bit too much condition there through the lower third of his body. Need to shape him up high. And the barrow that rounds out the drive. Tall shouldered, extended. Got some extra length. And one that just needs to have more power. Needs to have more stoutness to move up any higher. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings from Class 42 Poland barrows. First and champion, Allie Moore. Second and reserve, Claire DeFries. Third, Mallory Inskip. Fourth, Ethan Knoll. Fifth, Rhett Summers. Sixth, Aubrey Reed. We are now showing Class 43 spot barrows. Barrows weighing 220 to 247.
Real good pair here on the top end of the first class of spots. And I think there's a lot of give and take. I like the young ladies' barrow to go ahead and start this drive. That's the stouter option to me within that pair. He's stouter in his skull. He's big in his arm, bigger rear foot and bone, and equally as impressive. You get right up on top of him. That bear is the best in this class to me in terms of the curvature out of the backside of his blade and into his top line. If anything, I would clean him up there in the bottom third of his jaw line and his throat latch where it meets his chest. I'd clean him up in his bottom line just a little bit, compositionally make him just that much better, and then I don't even think it's close. Young man's bear that's in second, that's where he does have an advantage. Compositionally, I read him more correct for this weight, especially there through his jawline and his lower third. He's a bear another one that's got great shape up high. Comparatively, I don't think that he maybe balances quite as well from the side. Wants to get a little pitchy there in his ham-loin junction. Bear that doesn't have quite as much stoutness. There's a bear that wins the drive, but a really good pair of them on top. Both of them do a great job getting them presented. Young lady's bear that's going to be in three is a big-chested, stout-skulled, big arm bear. He's got a lot of mass and a lot of power up high. Set this barrow in motion. He's just not loose enough in terms of his front skeleton to move up any higher. He needs to be laid back in his shoulder. Needs to take a longer stride to move up. Young man's bear here that comes next. Moderate, really stout one in terms of his skull and his forearm, rear foot, and bone. He's just too short coupled everywhere. He's a lower stature bear that's shorter to the ground up front. He's short in his hip and round out of his rump from behind and wants to roll up underneath himself on the move. Just need to redesign him skeletally to move up any higher. Another one here that comes next, young lady drives, has some extra length and extension, needs more muscle, more power up high. Similar story with the bears that round out the drive. Need to balance better, need to be better in terms of their build and their skeleton move up any higher. Good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 43 spot barrows. First, Carly Bymaster. Second, Carly Bymaster. Third, Avery Moore. Fourth, Rhett Summers. Fifth, Elizabeth Knoll. Sixth, Jack Wolf. Seventh, Piper Sinesaw. We are now showing Class 44 spot barrows, barrows weighing 252 to 266.
Another one of those classes, maybe a little tougher to line up, and you just got to step back and lay your priorities. Young lady in the green shirt, going to go ahead and win this drive. That's a big-footed, heavy bone barrow that's got a really good look ahead of his shoulder blade, good in his shape. When you get right up on top of him, need to lay that barrow back in his shoulder angle. That just allow him to get out and be more athletic, allow him to get out and just have a better look from the side. But still, you get past that, and I think he's the best barrow within this class. 2-3 is where a real decision lies to me. The barrow in 2 is one that's just massive. When you get right up on top of him, big-footed, heavy bone barrow that's really stout in his skull, huge in his forerib and back into his mid-body. Similar story. I'd like to see that barrow just get out and go and grab a gear, just like our class winner. Barrow that's in 3, really attractive ahead of his shoulder blade, got good shape working up high. A barrow that maybe doesn't balance quite as good from the side, gets pinchier in his ham loin, and similar to those two directly above him. He needs to be fixed from a skeletal perspective as well, change him in a couple areas, move him up any higher. But a really good trio there in the top end of this class. Barrow here that comes next, one that has a little bit more length, a little bit more extension, a barrow that just doesn't have the same kind of look when he's sitting him from the side. He doesn't have quite as much shape and much power up high, and he too, I just loosened that barrow up in terms of his hip and his hind legs, see him move up any higher and push those ahead of him. Barrows on down the line in class need to be better from a skeletal perspective, need to balance better and have more ESTs and just class extras when you study them from the side and as they come and go. But another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 44, Spot Barrows. First, Adlin Kemper. Second, Isley Canoy. Third, Mallory Inskip. Fourth, Alexander Buck. Fifth, Carson Brook. Sixth, Rayleigh Reddig. Seventh, Hadley Ward. We are now showing Class 45 Spot Barrows. Barrows weighing 270 to 295.
Another good class. Young man in the black shirt is going to win this drive and does so real quick and real handily for a spot barrow getting up into this kind of weight. He's so fresh in terms of his look up front, really fresh in terms of his shape up high. If anything, he's starting to close up, maybe down low through his lower third of his skeleton, but still, that's the big-footed, heavy-boned one that can get out and go and motor, and still has a fresh look and presence from the side. Barrow that's in second is one that's maybe more moderate in terms of just his length and his stature, one that's got a lot of shape and a lot of power working up high, really good in his forerib and back into his mid-body. That barrow just needs to relax and allow him to get his head up above his shoulder blade. That would allow him to balance just so much better from the side. He's just a lower-headed barrow that doesn't really drop his spine and really level out and balance. If he did that, he could certainly probably push that class winner because he's got so much more spread and power. Barrow here that comes next, just a very basic fault-free barrow in terms of market fundamentals, having some width of skeleton and some stoutness and some feature, having some three-dimensional spread up high. You start to put the extras on. He needs to be cleaned up there in his look up front and his jawline where it meets the base of his chest. He needs to just have a better set, just a more athletic set to his hip and his hind leg, how he goes, but still a real nice barrow. Young man does a good job with to be in third. Young lady here that comes out in fourth has a barrow that's got some extra length and some extra extension, a larger scaled barrow. I can appreciate that about him. He's one that's got to have more bulk and more power, and you get right up on top of him. And the young lady's barrow that rounds out the drive has a lot of power and a lot of width. He's one, to me, when you set him in motion, has to be better, especially there in his right rear. Looks like he might be nursing an injury, but another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 45, Spot Barrows. First, Keegan Spray. Second, Miles Gardner. Third, Levi Knoll. Fourth, Ashley Risch. Fifth, Savannah Underwood. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Spot Barrows. Out of Class 43, the class winner is Carly Bymaster. From Class 44, the class winner is Adeline Kemper. And from Class 45, the class winner is Keegan Spray. Our champion Spot Barrow Awards are sponsored by Chuck Dill family. Our reserve champion Spot Barrow Awards sponsored by Craig Spray family.
Another good trio of them as we get these class winners back out here. And there's one of them to me that, like I talked to him in class, so basic, so fault-free, and yet so youthful and attractive in his look, still fresh in terms of his shape. Get him back out here. I think he's the best one. Young man out of the last class to be champion. Congratulations to him.
Champion Spot Barrow exhibited by Keegan Spray. That brings out Miles Gardner's second place barrow.
Drop out the barrow that was second to him, and like I talked to him in class, one that just needs to balance better when he's studying from the side and get his head up above his shoulder blade and just level and balance and have a really good proportional look from the side to push that class winner and champion that much harder. He's one that certainly gets in the mix. We get him back out here. There's another one out here. I would change just a little bit. I'd clean him up in his composition. Do that. I think he's got a real bright future, potentially a young lady out of the first class to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Reserve champion Spot Barrow, exhibited by Carly Bymaster. In the ring is Class 46, Tamworth Barrows. Barrows weighing 225 to 256.
Good class here in the first class of Tams. Young man there in the plaid shirt on the fence. The black plaid shirts can go ahead and win this drive. That's a bear to me that as you step back and study him. He's the tall-shouldered, attractive one up front. He's easily the loosest and the best in terms of his build and his skeleton. Get out and take a long, comfortable stride. They're off of both ends. So I was going to change him. I'd power him up there just a little bit, but still a really nice bear and a good place to start. Young man's bear that's going to be in 2 is another one that's tall-shouldered and attractive, got good shape up high. He can get out and still go from behind and take a fairly comfortable stride. That's how he finds his home in second. Young man that's in 3, tall-shouldered, longer body, larger scaled kind of a bear that just has to be better and have more power there through the center portion of his body. He needs to be looser. And the bear that rounds out the drive, unfortunately, looks like he's nursing an injury, but he's one that's moderate. He's got a lot of bulk and a lot of spread up high. Just has to be able to get out and go. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 46 Tamworth barrows. First, Corbin Bullhofer. Second, Brantley Payne. Third, Cale Slavin. Fourth, Marcinda Kane. In the ring now is Class 47 Tamworth barrows. Barrows weighing 266 to 285.
Another good class, real good pair of barrows here on the top end. Young lady in the center of the ring is going to win this drive and does so pretty quickly and pretty handily to me. Within this class, that's the bear that balances the best from the side. He's tall-shouldered, really attractive up front. He's really big and bold and broad in his chest and big in his arm. He's the best in terms of his composition, his shape out of the backside of his shoulder blade. Get right in behind him. He stays really true and square from the ground up into his the base of his ham and his stifle, his upper skeleton. That's the big-footed, heavy bone barrow within this class. Nice place to start. Young lady that's going to be in 2 drives a barrow that another one that really impressive when you get right up on top of him in terms of his shape and his expression. When you study this bear from the side compared to the class winner, he wants to run downhill ever so slightly. Need to pick him up there on his front feet and allow him to balance just a little bit better. But still, when he gets out and goes athletically, a nice kind of a barrow. Young lady does a good job getting him drove. Bear here that's going to be in 3 is one that really loose and comfortable in his skeleton. He's one that doesn't have near enough just true muscle or just turn out of the backside of his shoulder blade. Wants to get quite a bit plainer there in terms of his shape, plainer in his look, and just rounder in terms of his overall makeup. Young lady's barrow here that comes next. Tall-shouldered, extended, large-scaled kind of a barrow, just entirely too frail in terms of his skeleton. Need to stouten him in his foot, stouten him in his skull and his arm and his rear foot and bone. And the bear that rounds out the drive, really athletic, can really get out and go once he gets out here. He's one to me that just has to have more shape and muscle. Young man does a good job getting out here and getting after him, but a good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 47, Tamworth Barrows. First, Bristol Snout. Second, Charlotte Otis. Third, Sarah Hoey. Fourth, Rayleigh Reddig. Fifth, Jack Gilbert. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Tamworth Barrow. Our winner from Class 46, Corbin Bullhofer. And our winner from Class 47, Bristol Snout. Our champion Tamworth Barrow Awards are sponsored by Bethany Rainey Real Estate, and our reserve champion Tamworth Barrow Awards sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
So we drop these 4 Tams back out. A really good group of them as they come back to us out of both classes. Really good representatives. I guess there's a pair of them to me that came out of a tough class, a really high-quality pair of them. I like the 2 young ladies out of the older class and the heavier class to be champion and reserve. Congratulations to them.
Champion Tamworth Barrow exhibited by Bristol Snout. Reserve champion Tamworth Barrow exhibited by Charlotte Otis. In the ring now is Class 48 Yorkshire Barrows, barrows weighing 220 to 241.
Good class here as we get in the first class of Yorks. Young lady in the red shirt's going to win this drive. That's the fault-free basic barrow that when you start him at the ground, he's great on his toes. He's square up into his lower skeleton off both ends, step back and study him from the side. Tall-shouldered, really attractive up front, stout in his skull, really appropriate in terms of the shape out of the backside of his blade. Proportions awesome from the side. A really good barrow and a nice place to start. Young lady's barrow 2 has some ESTs within this class. Just his look and stoutness of skull up front, big in his forearm and really bold in his chest. Got a lot of 3-dimensional spread out of the backside of his shoulder blade. Here's the problem view right here. When he goes directly away, he doesn't just toe true enough to the ground. He wants to just get out in his hock when you come out of the bottom side of his ham and stifle. If we could square him up there, he could certainly move up and push the class winner that much harder because he's got some awful unique pieces. Young lady's barrow in third. Tall shoulder and attractive up front. Maybe a little bit more just generic from there back in terms of his top line. A little bit more generic and rounder out of his rump. Could change him there. He could certainly move up in class. The barrow here that comes next. The young man's got big-footed, heavy bone barrow that's got good shape up high. Needs to be bolder in his forerib and back into his mid-body. needs to get out and go better and just balance a little bit better from the side. Bear that rounds out the drive, has some extra length and extension, needs more muscle and power from front to rear to move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 48 Yorkshire Barrows. First, Audrey Spray. Second, Kaylin Martin. Third, Kaylin Dimmick. Fourth, Cade Kitchell. Fifth, Brock Winger. We're now showing Class 49 Yorkshire Barrows. Barrows weighing 261 to 282. We'd like to once again thank our sponsor for our live stream. Again, our live stream can be viewed at Ringside Live. And we'd like to thank Tipmont Wintech for supporting that and funding our ability to stream all of our livestock shows here in the Coliseum all week. Let's again thank Wintech Tipmont with a nice round of applause.
Another good class as we get into the heavyweight Yorkshires and our heavier weight Yorkshires. Young lady here in the center is going to go ahead and win this drive and does so real quick and real handily to me. That bear is easily the best in terms of his build and skeleton. He comes and goes the squarest off both ends of his body, and one that has a really, really good rink presence and a good look from the side. Really good bear and a good place to start. Young man's bear in 2. 2 and 3, I guess, where the decision lies, or 2, 3, and 4. 2 and 3 are similar in their type and kind. Young man's bear in 2 just has more to him when you get right up on him. He's bigger in his forerib and bolder in his mid-body. Got more three-dimensional spread up high. Get right in behind him. I'd change him at his hock just a little bit. Wants to close up and just narrow there ever so slightly out of the bottom side of his ham and stifle as he goes to the surface, but still a good barrow there to be in second. Young man's barrow in third. Similar in terms of length of body and stature to the barrow directly ahead of him. He's one that's a high-headed barrow that's really tall out of his shoulder and good looking up front. He's a frailer featured barrow of the pair. He's one you get right in behind him. He doesn't go quite as square to the ground, wants to deviate and just close up the ground there when you watch him go. Young lady's barrow in 4. This is the different one within the class in terms of just his look and presence from the side. Height of shoulder, really attractive up front, really long about his neck. He's got good shape out of the backside of his blade. He's awesome in his build and skeleton at the same time. Of the initial 4, as we get up into a heavier weight, he's easily the narrowest at his chest. He's the narrowest behind. He's the flattest in his forerib and back into his mid-body. Got to give that barrow just more bulk and more spread. Move up and compete with those barrows ahead of him. The 2 barrows around out the drive are very similar in terms of their type and kind. Need to change those 2 barrows. Just give him more muscle shape just more power from front to rear to move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 49 Yorkshire Barrows. First, Kalen Martin. Second, Owen Kaiser. Third, Colin Miller. Fourth, Milena Immenizer. Fifth, Brock Winger. Sixth, Brandon Winger. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow. From the first class, Class 48, the winner is Audrey Spray. From the second class, Class 49, the winner is Kalen Martin. Our Champion Yorkshire Barrow Awards are sponsored by Craig Spray and family. Reserve Champion Yorkshire Barrow Awards sponsored by Wildcat Valley Farms.
As we bring the Yorkshire Barrows back out, they come to us really similar, honestly, in the two class winners. The way that they're built in terms of their skeleton and maybe their look from the side. There's one of them to me, I guess, that has some ESTs in terms of ring presence. I think he's got some ESTs in terms of the way that his hip and his hind leg is built. Gets out and really goes really athletic behind. Even has a little bit more shape up high. I like the young lady in the red shirt out of the first class to be champion. Young lady out of the second class to be reserve. Congratulations to both of them.
Champion Yorkshire Barrow exhibited by Audrey Spray. Reserve Champion Yorkshire Barrow exhibited by Kalen Martin. That concludes our purebred barrows. We'll now be moving into our crossbred barrows with our first class of light crossbreds. This is class 50, barrows weighing 220 to 244. Evaluating our livestock today is David Amon from Illinois. Let's give him a nice round of applause for sifting through our gilts this morning and now into our barrow show.
Really good class and a good trio of blues here on the top end, or a good four of them. Real high quality group of them. The young man that's going to start the drive in the black shirt, that barrow is just the most athletic. He's the most appropriate in terms of the set to his hip and his hind leg. He's the only one that really takes a square step from behind. At the same time, with that being said, he's still got a class advantage to me in terms of his look up front, how he ties his neck and the top side of his shoulder blade and transitioned into his spine. A really nice barrow and a good place to start. From there, I think it gets closer where you want to lay your priorities. Young man's barrow in 2, that's a really attractive barrow that's really stout in his skull and just chiseled in terms of his jawline, how he ties it into the base of his chest there at the bottom side of his neck. A lot of shape up high. Get right in behind him. Need to square him up in terms of his hind leg. Still got a decent set to it from the side and a decent range of motion. Just need to square him up behind. The young man's barrow that's going to be in 3. Another one that's got a good look when you study him from the side, standing still. You like a lot of things about him in terms of height of shoulder, stoutness of skull, and look up front, set him in motion. He's way too wide from behind and wants to just push his hock and step on the outside of his body. It's a good thing he's got some set to his rear pastern, because if he didn't, then it would be pretty detrimental. The barrow here that comes next, really stout in his skull, just a massive barrow when you get right up on top of him. A barrow that's just too soft on his front feet and just timid up front equally. When you get right in behind him, he too needs to be squared from behind, similar to those 2 barrows directly ahead of him in class. Young lady's predominantly white barrow here that comes next. Just a basic fault-free one in terms of market fundamentals. Stoutness of skull, forearm, full rib, and mid-body. I like those things. This barrow needs to have more shape up high, needs to have a better look from the side and move up any higher. And the barrows that round out the drive are similar in terms of their type and kind. They just need to have more power, need to have more look and presence as they come across the center. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 50 light crossbred barrows. First, Colin Miller. Second, Cooper Bymaster. Third, Banks Thornburg. Fourth, Callie Martin. Fifth, Kaylin Dimmick. Sixth, Brandon Winger. Seventh, Savannah Underwood. We're now showing Class 51 light crossbreds, barrows weighing 256 to 289.
Another good class, real good pair of blue barrows here on the top end. Young lady in the center of the ring in the peach-colored shirt, going to go ahead and win this drive and does so. To me, when you just step back and you watch him go, that barrow is the one that just collects himself and comes together and balances easily the best and has the best ring presence. He ties his neck better into the top of his shoulder blade, transitions really good into his top line with a good fresh turn shape out of the backside of his blade. Awesome in his ham loin. That barrow has just a more appropriate set and a more athletic set there to his hip and his hind leg from behind as you watch him go. Really nice barrow and a good place to start. Take nothing away from young lady's barrow in second. That's a stout skulled, big-armed, big-footed, heavy bone barrow. To me, that barrow is not near, doesn't have the same kind of ring presence from the side. Got more there to his crest up front. Doesn't tie his neck shoulder quite as well. Gets a little bit shorter and steeper out of his rump. And while his hind leg, there's no doubt it's fundamental and it works, it's not just quite as athletic there as our class winner. Really nice barrow, though, that's presented extremely well there to be in second. Young lady's barrow in three is just absolutely massive when you get right up on top of him. So much shape, so much power up high, huge in his chest and big in his arm. Set that barrow in motion. He's the shortest step-in barrow of the initial three. He doesn't stay near as coordinated behind in terms of his step. That's where he needs to be changed, move up any higher. The barrow here that comes out next, ham loin forward. You talk about one that has some extra unique pieces. Skull shape, head, how it ties into his top line, extra shape up high, width to the base of his chest. Get right in behind him. He's too far out there in terms of his hock placement. Has to be square, has to be more appropriate there from behind and just get out and go better. Young man in the blue that comes next. Another one has so much power and you get right up on top of him. Another one to me that just has to get out and go and grab a gear and drive to move up any higher and compete with those barrows ahead of him in class. The two barrows that round out the drive, very similar in terms of the way that they're put together, in terms of their makeup. Both of them just need to have more shape and more power, have a better look and ring presence to move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings from Class 51, light crossbreds. First, Olivia Hedden. Second, Brooklyn Spray. Third, Emily Seaman. Fourth, Blake Leader. Fifth, Clayton Moore. Sixth, Landon Brand. Seventh, Christopher Skinner. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, light crossbred barrow. Our winner of Class 50, our first class of light crossbreds, was Colin Miller. The winner of Class 51, our second class, is Olivia Hedden. The Champion Light Crossbred Barrow Award is given in memory of Doug Moore, and the Reserve Champion Light Crossbred Barrow Award is sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
Really good blue division here today within the barrows, on the barrow side, and I think there's four of them that are really good representative of what we're looking for. What I'm looking for just in terms of building them right from the ground up and from the side and their skeleton, and then add some extras in terms of some stoutness and just EST type things. Within the class winners, I think both of them bring a lot to the table. Both of them are very high quality. To be honest with you, they're not that much different in terms of their type and kind when you step back and you study them from the side. One of them has just such a unique ring presence, unique look as he goes across the center, so loose and so athletic in the way that he's built. I like the young man's lightweight to be champion. Congratulations to him. From there, I think it gets close because the second place to the champion was so good in terms of his skull shape and just his back shape. Wanted to tweak him there from behind in terms of his hock placement and how he goes. I think he certainly gets into contention. The one I like second best, young lady out of the second class by reserve. Congratulations to her.
Champion Light Crossbred Barrow, exhibited by Colin Miller. Reserve Champion Light Crossbred Barrow, exhibited by Olivia Hedden. We're now ready to move into the dark crossbred divisions. Our first class of dark crossbreds is class 52, barrows weighing 220 to 226.
Good class and a good way to start the darks. Young man in the black shirt is going to go ahead and win this dry with a bear that does so real quick and real handily to me. That's the bear that's good looking up front. He's the freshest in terms of the shape up high, really three-dimensional. I'll be the first to tell you I'd like to square up his hock from behind. Doesn't really hurt his range of motion when he's studying from the side. That's where I'd clean him up and change him from behind. Young man's bear in two, the predominantly black-headed one. That one's got such a unique look ahead of his shoulder blade. Really good shape out of the backside of his blade and down his top line. He's one to me that maybe not quite as fresh in terms of his skin and hair, not quite as fresh in his look there when he's studying from the side as our class winner. He, too, needs to be adjusted and changed and tweaked in his rear skeleton to just be perfect and go from behind, but still a nice bear the young man does a good job with. Young lady's bear in three. That one's the best of the initial three in terms of his hip and his hind leg, how it's put together and how he goes. At the same time, he doesn't have near as much muscle. He doesn't have as much shape. Needs to have more punch there to move up any higher and compete with those two barrows ahead of him in class. Does a great job getting him drove. Just want to give that one more power and more shape up high and from behind. Young man's barrow comes out next is one that's got some length and extension, got some good shape up high. He's one to me that has to be stouter in terms of his feature to move up any higher. The calico here that comes next, moderate barrow that's got extra power up high, just not built good enough in terms of his skeleton. It needs to be looser, moving and square from behind. Another barrow here that comes next, or the pair of them, both of them similar in their type and kind, having some extra length and some extra extension. Both of them need to have a better ring presence, just need to have more power from front to rear to move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from class 52, dark crossbred barrows. First, Colin Miller. Second, Caden Peters. Third, Kerrigan Kitchell. Fourth, Corbin Bullhofer. Fifth, Alton Hedrick. Sixth, Dwight Peters. Seventh, Ethan Knoll. In the ring is class 53, dark crossbred barrows. Barrows weighing 227 to 239.
Another good class and a trio of barrows on the top end that all have some differences and have some good. The young lady's barrow that's going to start this drive, that one is undoubtedly the stoutest when you talk about his skull shape and his head, his forearm, foot and bone. You get right up on top of him, he overwhelms the rest of them in terms of shape and power and three-dimensional spread. The longer that we go, he's starting to tighten up just a little bit. That's where I'd change him. I want to see him hinge just a little looser. He was fine until we first got in, honestly, until the last few seconds here, but that barrow just needs to get out and go and grab a gear longer and just last longer. That's where the barrow in 2 has an advantage. He's looser in terms of his hip and his hind leg for sure. At the same time, I don't think that I know he doesn't have near as much spread. He doesn't have near as much stoutness when you get right up on top of him. That's the difference. So I like those things about him. I just wish there was more there and just had more punch to compete with that barrow that wins the drive. Young man's barrow in 3, stout skulled, has some extra shape out of the backside of his shoulder blade and down his top line. Set this one in motion. He's too timid up front. He's too tight and just restricted from behind. Standing still, you sure like a lot of things about him, though, because he's got some extras and some ESTs there. Just has to get out and go. Barrow here that comes next has some extra length and extension and some look up front. A barrow to me that has to be stouter in terms of this feature. Just has to have a better look from the side and more show ring presence and appeal and move up any higher. Another barrow here that comes next, the Calico. Similar story. A larger scale barrow within this drive that's got some extra length and extension. Just doesn't have enough shape up high. And the barrow that rounds out the drive just needs to be looser and better in terms of his build and his skeleton. Has to get out and take a more secure athletic step up front and from behind to move up any higher. Good class. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Placings for Class 53 dark crossbred barrows. First, Katie Holmes. Second, Blake Miller. Third, Dawson Arnold. Fourth, Rhett Summers. Fifth, Will Larman. Sixth, Madeline Larman. We're now showing Class 54 dark crossbred barrows. Barrows weighing 244 to 249.
Another good class and a really good 4 of them here on the top end of this drive. Young lady in the yellow shirt going to win this drive, and I'll be the first to tell you, when this barrow first came out, I didn't know if he was going to be able to go good enough, but as he gets in here and settles down, I think he might have went to the bathroom once or twice. A barrow that can get out and go and grab a gear. That one's easily got the best look up front He ties his neck the best into the top of his shoulder blade, really three-dimensional up high. I love this barrow when he gets out and goes and relaxes and grabs the gear. He's got just the most athletic step from behind within the initial three for sure. A nice barrow and a good place to start. From there, I think it gets a little interesting and where you want to lay your priorities. I like the young lady in the blue to go ahead and be second. That barrow comes so square at his chest and down to the ground. Great shape out of the backside of his blade and down his top line. He just balances better from the side than the barrow that's going to be in third. He ties his neck so much smoother into the top of his shoulder blade. He's better right there in his ham-loin junction. If anything, when you set this barrow in motion, he has to be better for behind, has to be looser, just take a more athletic stride. He's got a pretty good set to his hind leg, just has to get out and use it and go. The young lady's barrow that's in three, one that's got so much shape up high, a really unique look up front. He comes apart there at his next shoulder and just really throws his balance off from the side. Two pinched in his ham-loin junction, but a barrow that has a lot of good, just little nitpicky things where I'd like to change him and just make him balance better and move up any higher. Young lady's barrow here that comes next, a moderate, short-statured barrow that proportions good from the side, stout in his skull and big in his arm, got a lot of shape and three-dimensional spread up high. He's too soft on his front feet, wants to get a little bit out there and just his hock from behind. To me, that barrow needs more foot and bone to match all the extra power he's gotten to compete with those barrows ahead of him in class. The black one here that comes next, lots of shape and lots of just turn out of the backside of his shoulder blade and down his top line. He's too flat in his forerib and back into his mid-body. Doesn't balance up near as well from the side as some of those ahead of him in class. And the barrow that rounds out the drive, longer bodied, more extended kind of a barrow. Need to pick him up on his front feet and see him get out and go better from behind, especially there to move up any higher. But a good class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 54 dark crossbred barrows. First, Katie Holmes. Second, Kinsley Beck. Third, Olivia Hedden. Fourth, Sophie Royer. Fifth, Freddie Isom. Sixth, Levi Knoll. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Division I dark crossbred barrow. Our class winner from Class 52 is Colin Miller. Our class winner from Class 53, Katie Holmes. Our class winner from Class 54, Katie Holmes. Our Champion Division I Dark Crossbred Barrow Award is sponsored by Craig Spray and Family. Reserve Champion Division I Dark Crossbred Barrow Awards sponsored by First Farmers Bank and Trust.
Really good D1 as we get these three class winners back out here, and I think all of them represent a lot of good. There's one of them to me as he comes back. He definitely is grabbing the gear, and he's going a lot better now, but a pig I like a great deal when he's studying from the side. I think he's unmatched in terms of his ring presence, unmatched in terms of his appeal and how he comes and goes, squareness, hind leg set. If anything, I maybe didn't mention in class, we want to clean him up there just through his through his flank behind, but still a really good pig. Young lady out of the last class, yellow shirt, will be champion in this division. Congratulations to her.
Champion Division I Dark Crossbred Barrow exhibited by Katie Holmes. That brings out Kinsley Beck's second place.
Drop in that second place barrow, and like I talked to him in class, one that has so many extras when you get right up on top of him in terms of spread and just full rib and body shape. One that certainly gets in the mold really quick. When you get him out here, maybe didn't want to go the best or just the loosest in class. I would say similar story when he comes back out, but definitely gets into contention. There's another one that's overwhelming in terms of stoutness, overwhelming in terms of spread. I wish he went a little bit better too, but I still think he's the second best. Young lady out of the second class with the belted barrow, be reserve in Division I. Congratulations to her.
Reserve champion Division I Dark Crossbred Barrow is also Katie Holmes.
Really good class and great pair here on the top end of this drive. Young lady in the peach-colored shirt is going to win this class, and that one hit me pretty good when he first came out, I'll be honest with you, and he still does as we get him back out here. He maybe wants to get just a little bit, one of my pet peeves. I mean, he's popping his rear pastern just a little bit. He didn't do that when he first came out. He is now. I'm not real sure why, if it's the surface or what it is. When you get past that, he is by far the best barrow within this class. In terms of his look up front, stoutness to his skull, cleanliness to the bottom side of his jawline and his neck where he ties into the base of his chest, how he toes literally directly straight at you and huge in his chest. You get out of the backside of his shoulder blade, really massive, in great shape, and turn out of the backside of his blade. He's a big-footed, heavy-boned bear that's got all the hair you want, still really fresh and great in terms of his skin and hair. Nice bear there. Go ahead and start this drive. Young man's midnight-colored black bear that's going to be in 2 is one that, honestly, if you could square up his hind leg, as you step back and just study it, it wants to deviate. It doesn't go perfectly square. If you squared that one up, he gets really close because he's actually got probably, to me, a more appropriate set there, especially to his rear pastern. I love the set to his hip and his hind leg. It's just when you get right behind him, he doesn't want to stay perfectly square out of the bottom side of his ham and his stifle. But he's a big-chested bear that's stout in his skull, got a lot of shape and a lot of spread. So appropriate in terms of his proportions and just his length of body from head to shoulder, shoulder to hip, and hip length. A really nice barrow. Young man really did a great job getting him drove. Young man's barrow in 3rd is a tall-shouldered, extended barrow that's got a good look up front. He doesn't tie quite as smooth as those barrows directly ahead of him in class in terms of his neck and his shoulder junction. He's one that's not quite as stout in terms of his features, those 2 barrows, but still a really high-quality one that's got a lot of good. Young lady's barrow that comes next, awesome in terms of his skeleton. He doesn't have the same kind of shape and muscle and expression that it takes to compete with those barrows ahead of him within this drive, but still a high-quality barrow that's presented extremely well. Young lady's barrow that comes next in 5. Another one that's basic and fault-free in terms of his build and his fundamentals and his skeleton. Just needs to have more extras. Needs to have more look. Needs to have more feature, stoutness of foot and bone. Have more shape out of the backside of his blade to compete with those other barrows. And the 2 barrows that round out the drive, both of them are wide and stout and powerful. They need to be better in terms of their look. They need to be better in terms of their skeleton to move up any higher. But another good class, real good pair there on top. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 55 dark crossbred barrows. 1st, Olivia Hedden. 2nd, Brady DeFries. 3rd, Owen Kaiser. 4th, Milena Immenizer. 5th, Scarlett Kemper. 6th, Jack Wolf. 7th, Jack Gilbert. We're now showing Class 56 dark crossbred barrows, barrows weighing 259 to 271.
Another really good class. Young man in the black shirt is going to start this drive and does so. I think that's the fault-free barrow within this class, and I think he starts handily, tall-shouldered and attractive up front, really big in his chest and bold in his forearm. You get right on top of that barrow. He squares with so much power and just true shape up high. He's one you get right in behind him. Big-footed, heavy bone barrow. You can maybe tweak him in terms of his right rear just ever so slightly. Equally as impressive within this class. You step back and study him from the side in this view. He is the one that's the best balanced. He's got the best ring presence. Everything blends the smoothest and the most proportionality. Really nice barrow and a good place to start. Young man's barrow that's in two is one that is so raw in terms of his shape up high. I love that about him. He's huge in his chest and really attractive up front. He's one to me. He's a little bit shorter stepping from behind, the longer that we drive. He doesn't have quite as much rear foot and bone just to match and balance and proportion like the class winner does, but still a really good barrow there to be in two. Young lady's barrow in three. She gets the most out of him. I'll be the first to tell you, gets him drove to a T. He is one that front two-thirds is as good as anything to me. Height of shoulder, stoutness of skull, width of chest, and blade shape. I like that barrow out of the backside of his shoulder blade and down his top line of the initial three. He's the shortest in his rump. He's the shortest stepping from behind. And just as importantly, when I get him behind him, he's the flattest and the narrowest of the initial three out of the bottom side of his ham and stifle. That's where he needs to change, move up within this class, but still one that's presented extremely well. Skin and hair is awesome. Young lady does a great job getting him drove. Barrow that's going to come out in four is one that just has so much shape and so much power, really good in his forerib and back into his mid-body. A barrow that maybe just doesn't balance when he's studying from the side, comes apart at his next shoulder junction. He's a barrow that needs more rear foot and bone to match all that extra power that he's got up high and to move up any higher in class. At the same time, longer we go, the more he swivels his hind leg, change him there. He could certainly move up and push those ahead of him. 5 and 6 was another decision within the drive. Young lady's barrow in 5 just has so much more true shape and power out of the backside of his blade and down his top line. I can make him looser from behind, and that's where the young lady in 6 has an advantage. He's a bigger footed, heavier bone barrow. Within the first 6, he's the plainest and just the flattest out of the backside of his shoulder blade in terms of his muscle shape, and the barrow that rounds out the drive. Long-bodied, extended kind of a barrow, just needs to have more bulk when you get on top of him, needs to be looser from behind. Another really good class, a lot of high-quality ones there on the top lane. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 56, dark crossbred barrows. First, Keegan Spray. Second, Finley Rice. Third, Leah Immenizer. Fourth, Ava Leader. Fifth, Haven Rice. Sixth, Sarah Hoy. Seventh, Connor Gamble. We're now showing our last class of the day, Class 57, dark crossbred barrows, barrows weighing 273 to 292. As we get towards the end of our barrow show, of course, we still have some champion division crossbreds and an overall to choose. We will, of course, have our bred and owned class as well. And then we will take about a 10-minute break between selection of bred and owned barrows and the start of our showmanship contest. Again, about a 10-minute break between the end of the barrow show, which will be the bred and owned division, before we start in with beginner showmanship.
Another really good class and a tough trio or tough four of them here on the top end of this drive where you want to lay your priorities. To me, the young lady in the yellow shirt, you get past that barrow, maybe just being a little timid up front, change him at his knee and tweak him a little bit there and just open him up. I think past that, he's the barrow that needs to win this class. He's the stoutest in his skull. He is easily the broadest, and he's got easily the most shape and power, and you get right up on top of him. Huge in his forerib and back into his mid-body. He's got packing the most when you get right in behind him. And at the same time, all the barrows in this class, he's still the squarest when you take him to the ground behind. If anything, yeah, you could say, make him a little bit looser up front or take a better step, maybe a little bit from behind. But you can change every barrow within this class in terms of their skeleton. So I think that's the barrow that's got the next most best to him. The barrow here that's going to be in 2, tall-shouldered, got such a unique look when you study him from the profile in terms of his head shape and just his balance and his proportions. I love that about him. That's why he finds his home in second. His freshness and skin and hair is on point to a T. Get right in behind him. Comparatively to our class winner, he wants to roll and push his hock out. He doesn't have the same kind of stoutness of feature in terms of foot size and bone work. There's the class winner, but still awfully unique kind of a barrow. Young man does a great job getting him drove. The barrow that comes out next is so just basic in terms of fundamentals and market fundamentals, having some width at the base of his chest and some width at the ground, good shape up high. He doesn't have the same kind of ring presence and the same kind of look as those two barrows directly ahead of him in class. Once come apart there at the top of his blade, comes apart in his ham-loin junction, get right in behind him. Wants to really roll that right rear, needs to have more stoutness of feature and move up any higher. Young lady's barrow here that comes next, stout skull, big arm, big rear foot and bone of the initial 4. He's the plainest in his shape up high and just the flattest out of the backside of his shoulder blade. Need to change him there and just give him more punch to compete and push those others ahead of him. Young man's barrow here that comes next, from his shoulder blade back, I really like a lot of things about him in terms of the shape he's got up high, how loose he is in the set to his hind leg, and how wide he sets him. He's closed up at his knee, and he's closed up at his chest up front, too soft on his front feet, and just doesn't balance as well from the side. Change him there, and he could certainly move up. And the barrow that rounds out the drive is a longer-bodied barrow that's got some extra extension, just needs to have more bulk and more power and more stoutness from front to rear to move up any higher. Another good class. Let's go ahead and give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 57, dark crossbred barrows. First, Katie Holmes. Second, Blake Leader. Third, Ava Carlson. Fourth, Carly Woods. Fifth, Finley Rice. Sixth, Evan Purcell. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Division II dark crossbred barrow. From Class 55, class winner Olivia Hedden. From Class 56, class winner Keegan Spray. And from Class 57, class winner Katie Holmes. Our Champion Division II Dark Crossbred Barrow Award is sponsored by Medley Family Farms, and our Reserve Champion Division II Dark Crossbred Barrow Awards sponsored by Lloyd Lehman Family. Again, a reminder, following the selection of our champion and reserve champion bred-known barrows, which will be right after the crossbred divisions, we will take about a 10-minute break before we start beginner showmanship.
Really good heavyweight division in darks and 3 exceptional class winners. You get them back out here. I think as you just sit back and watch, I mean, there's a pair of them, I guess, it comes down to for me, and a pair of them that are just so good and maybe represent a couple of different things. One of them is so basic and fault-free and just literally, I mean, doesn't hardly have a fault. And when you study that barrow from the side, he's so good ahead of his shoulder blade. He comes so square when he comes at you. He's awesome in terms of his forerib and his body shape. really good from the side. He's one that the other barrow the young lady's got, the wider belted one, that thing has such a unique presence about his head and his neck and his shoulder angle, the way it comes out of the backside of his blade into his top line. If I could change his rear pastern, I mean, I don't know why he does that on this surface, and if it's only this surface or it's all the time, I wish he wouldn't just click his rear pastern and do that. But I think it gets really, really close between the pair. To me, the one of them is the most fault-free, the one I like the best. Young man right here in front of me be champion. Congratulations to him.
Champion Division II dark crossbred barrow exhibited by Keegan Spray. That brings out Finley Rice's second place barrow.
Drop out the barrow that was second to him in class. And like I talked him within class, within that drive, one that brings so many extras to the table in terms of shape and expression and power, having a really unique look from the side. Maybe not quite as stout in terms of his feature, doesn't toe quite as true just up front. There's another one I like a great deal. Young lady in the peach-colored shirt to my right will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Reserve Champion Division II dark crossbred barrow exhibited by Olivia Hedden. In the ring now, we are showing for our overall champion dark crossbred barrow. From our Division I champion in reserve, Katie Holmes. From Division II champion in reserve, Keegan Spray and Olivia Hedden.
Really good group of darks beginning back out here. And I like both these barrows that come out of the lightweight and the heavyweight division. Both of them, to be honest with you, when you step back and study this pair, there's not a lot of difference in them besides weight and what they represent in terms of build and skeleton, packing on some extras in terms of stoutness and power. I think they're both really, really high quality. I think all four of them are really, really high quality. I like the young man out of the heavy division to win. I like the young lady out of the lightweight to be reserved. Congratulations to all four of them. Congratulations to those two. My compliments.
Champion overall dark crossbred barrow exhibited by Keegan Spray. Reserve champion overall dark crossbred barrow exhibited by Katie Holmes. The champion overall dark crossbred barrow award was sponsored by Medley Family Farms. Reserve champion dark crossbred barrow awards sponsored by First Farmers Bank and Trust. We now will be concluding our crossbred drive with our overall champion crossbred barrow and reserve champion overall crossbred barrow. Representing the light crossbreds, champion is Colin Miller and reserve Olivia Hedden. From the darks, champion Keegan Spray, reserve Katie Holmes.
Really good group of crosses. We get these the lights and darks back out here out of the representative classes, and I think that all four of them, like I said in the dark, all four really high quality. They all four do a lot of things right. There's a pair of them I like the best. I like the pair of darks to be champion and reserve. Congratulations to them.
Your champion overall crossbred barrow, the award sponsored by Immenizer Family, is awarded to Keegan Spray. Your reserve champion overall crossbred barrow, sponsored by Neil Mosley Family, is awarded to Katie Holmes. Although that is the last of the barrow classes listed in the show program, we do have one more class that is making its way now into the ring. Much like this morning, this is our bred and owned division. A reminder, what this is exhibitors who showed their pigs earlier in the day. They stood near the top of their class. And most importantly, these are animals that the exhibitors have raised their entire life. So this is the bred and owned or farrow to finish type class. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause for the extra hard work that goes into this class. Our champion bred and owned barrow will receive an award sponsored by Dave and Linda Swank. And our reserve champion bred and owned barrow will receive an award sponsored by Roy Showpigs.
Get these exhibitors out here, and like I talked earlier in the gilts, my compliments and kudos to them, and kudos to the show here for allowing this division. I think that it's a great thing and really good vision, and a good group of them here in the barrows. I like the young man in the blue shirt with the Berkshire barrow to be champion. Young lady on the far side over there with the spot barrow to be reserve. Congratulations, all those exhibitors. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause.
Champion bred and owned barrow is exhibited by Clayton Moore. Reserve champion bred and owned barrow exhibited by Allie Moore. We'll now take about a 10-minute break before we start with our first heat of beginner showmen.
I hit the road, she hit her knees. I was worried about a dream, she was worried about me. I had a bone dry bottle, she had a worn out Bible. I was in a band, she was in the choir. She saw
most important set of classes here of the day, our showmanship classes. The first class that is in the ring is our first of two classes of beginner showmanship. This is Class 101 Beginner Showmanship Heat A. Once again, as they've done for many years, each of our beginner showmen will receive a bucket with that they can use to take care of their pigs, filled with a brush and some feed samples, courtesy of Buck Creek Show Feed. Thanks again to Buck Creek Show Feeds for their support of our beginner showmen now for many years. Thank you.
Really good group of beginner showmen as we get this first class out here. And I'm going to go ahead and keep two back out of this heat. And I'll just tell you a few things. Doesn't matter, beginners, intermediate, juniors, seniors, some things that I look for within showmanship, and that's fundamentals. Showmanship fundamentals, keeping your pig between me and you at all times, I think is one of the most important things. Making sure your pig is basically a showcase within this ring, and then, you know, finding the holes and making yourself sort yourself out from the crowd, right? I think that's the most important part of showmanship, how you do that. There's many ways to do that. I've seen some pretty cool things over the years, and I used to really love competing in showmanship when I was showing. We had a tough group and a tough crowd at some of the major shows. So it was fun. That I'm going to bring back, no particular order, young man in the blue shirt right here in front of me, young lady in the pink right here in front of me. Both of those come back. Let's go ahead and give the rest of them a big round of applause as they head back to the barn.
We are now showing our second and final heat of beginner showmanship. Want to once again recognize our live stream sponsor. For those of you watching online, thank you again to Tipmont Wintech for your generous support of our live stream feed throughout the week of all the livestock shows here in the Coliseum. Thank you.
another really good heat within this division and in this class or in this heat. I'm going to go ahead and bring back three young people out of this heat. Young man with the Hereford gilt or Hereford barrow in the blue shirt right in front of me. Young man in the black shirt with the big belted crossbred gilt off to my right. And young man right here in the orange shirt with the belted gilt's going to come back. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Once again, really good group. Let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause.
Again, thank you to Buck Creek Show Feeds for supplying a bucket, brushes, and feed samples to all of our beginner showmen. We are now showing for champion beginner swine showman. Our champion beginner swine showman will receive an award sponsored as the Donald W. Brown Memorial. Our beginner champion showman will also be able to show for grand showman here in a little bit.
Let's go ahead and give all the kids in this division a huge round of applause. I think as you step back and and you watch these five, all five of them do an exceptional job. I'll be honest with you, there's probably two of them that really stand out to me, and they stand out for a couple reasons. I think for one, and they just maybe do the best job with ring awareness and where I'm at and where their pig's at. I can tell you that both of them have probably done the best job with not crossing over between me and their pig. I've caught them maybe once or twice, but not as much as the rest. They're both very aware of that. Both of them done an exceptional job. Both of them had a really, really good first impression. Both of them, like I say, they do a great job. Honestly, it's a toss of a coin for me. I think one of them is maybe just a little bit more intense than the other one, but both of them do an exceptional job. Young lady in the pink will be champion. Young man right here in the blue will be reserve. Congratulations to you.
Your champion beginner showman, Callie Martin. Reserve champion, Rhett Summers. In the ring now is the first of three junior classes of showmanship. This is our first of three heats of junior showmanship.
good group of them here in this first class of juniors. I'm going to go ahead and bring back two out of this heat to come back for the final drive. Those two young individuals, no particular order. Young man over here with the in the orange shirt with the belted gilt's going to come back. Young man there going to the far side with the Duroc barrow, and the green shirt's going to come back. Let's go ahead and give all those exhibitors within this heat a big round of applause.
In the ring is our second of three classes of junior showmen. Class 2 of 3 for our junior showman division.
Let's go ahead and give all the juniors in this heat a big round of applause. This is an unreal heat. Water's got pretty deep here, and I'm going to go ahead and bring back four out of this division or out of this heat to come back for the final drive. The four in no particular order. Young man in the with the belted gilt there to my right is going to come back. Young man right there with that Hereford barrow or Duroc barrow is going to come back. Young lady right there in the dead center with the Duroc gilt is going to come back. And the young lady in the blue shirt off to my left with the cross gilt's going to come back. Take nothing away from a couple others. Really good job. Barrows or gilts maybe didn't quite want to cooperate, but really good group. My compliments to them.
In the ring is our third and final heat of junior showmanship. This is our third of three classes of junior showman. Want to take a moment to recognize some sponsors from this week that have helped to make the fair and the swine show possible. Once again, thank you to our live stream partner, Ringside Live, and for Tipmont Wintech for sponsoring. We have in the ring taking photos today, Lindsay Hanowich Photography, and thanks to a generous donation from Farmers National, Farm Credit, and the Dice family, 4-H'ers will be able to download those photographs from the website. The Chuck Dill Memorial made sure that we had some nice new scales for weighing pigs in earlier this week. Thank you to them. We've also had some new placing pin and gate rods that were sponsored and donated by First Farmers Bank and Trust, as well as Keystone Cooperative. And throughout the week, we've used bedding donated by the Andersons, as well as Mulberry Feed. Thank you again to all those sponsors for everything they've done this week. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Another really good heat here in the junior division. I'm going to bring back three out of this heat actually to come back for the final drive. Those three young people, in no particular order. Young lady in the center, Tamworth gilt, will come back. Young man in the blue shirt with the Duroc gilt will come back. And the young man with the belted gilt right there in the blue shirt is going to come back. Congratulations, all the exhibitors. Once again, within this heat, let's go ahead and give them all a big round of applause.
We are now showing for Champion Junior Showman. Our Champion Junior Showman will receive an award sponsored by Courtney Dill.
go ahead and put our hands together for all the exhibitors here in the junior division. If you step back and watch, I mean, I know there's a lot of other counties in the state of Indiana, but I would have to assume that some of the best showmen within the state are right here in this show ring right now within this age group. Extremely, extremely good. Very well versed in terms of ring awareness and showmanship, especially the top end of them that are out here. I think it comes down to 2 or 3 of them to me that have stuck out the most from the first time they've came in until right now. In terms of ring awareness, in terms of just how they get out and present their animals and drive, they do an exceptional job. There's one of them to me, I guess, that, you know, when I would cut the ring down in half, I still found them quick. When I would be over on that side, this was the only young person to use the entire ring to their advantage. Everybody else was within, from me to this white 4-H symbol away. One person got out and used the ring, and I think that's how you sort yourself out. Use the ring, separate yourself. I saw this kid the whole time, young man right here in the green shirt is going to be a champion. From there, I thought it got really, really close between 2 or 3 of you. Exceptional job. The one I like second best, young lady in the red shirt with the Duroc gilts, going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your champion junior showman, Blake Miller. Your reserve champion junior showman, Audrey Spray. Again, the junior champion swine showman award was sponsored by Courtney Dill. The reserve champion sponsored by G.J. Gardner Homes. As we work our way into the older divisions, we are now beginning our intermediate classes. This is the first heat of 4 intermediate classes. This is heat 1 of 4 intermediate showmen.
Another really good heat as we get into the intermediates here. In no particular order, I'm going to bring back 3 out of this heat to come back to the finals. Young lady to my right with the Berkshire barrow, young lady dead center with the crossbred barrow, the wide-belted one, and young lady in the gold shirt on the far end with the other crossbred barrow. Congratulations to all the exhibitors within this heat. Let's go ahead and give them all a big round of applause.
In the ring is our second of 4 heats of intermediate showmanship. This is heat 2 of 4 for intermediate showman.
Another really good group here in the second class. I'm going to only bring back 1 out of this heat, come back to the final drive, and one young person I think has done an exceptional job from the first time they came in. Honestly, they stand out the most, and just ring presence and awareness has been extremely good. A young lady in the striped shirt to my left will come back. Congratulations to all the rest of the exhibitors. Let's give a nice round of applause.
In the ring is our third of 4 heats of intermediate showmanship. This is heat 3 of 4 intermediate showman.
Another really, really good heat and an exceptional heat. I'm going to go ahead and bring back 4 young people out of this heat to come back for the final drive. Those 4 people, once again, no particular order. Young lady in the orange shirt with the blue barrow in front of me. Young man right behind her with the black barrow. Young lady dead center in the teal shirt with the Tamworth barrow. And then the other young lady with the Tamworth barrow going away from me in the paisley shirt. She'll come back as well. My compliments to all the exhibitors. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause as they head back.
In the ring is our 4th and final heat of intermediate showmanship. This is heat 4 of 4 intermediate showmen.
Another really good group within this heat. Within this drive, I'm only going to bring back one individual. Once again, kind of like the second heats come back for the final drive. That one young person will be the young lady with the Yorkshire barrow to my left in the blue and striped shirt. Once again, my compliments to all the exhibitors. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause.
We are now showing for champion and reserve champion intermediate swine showman. Our champion intermediate swine showman will receive award sponsored by Evan and Kayla Martin family, and our reserve champion award sponsored by G.J. Gardner Homes.
Let's go ahead and give them all a huge round of applause. I mean, I remember last year it was really tough, juniors and intermediates, and I don't think I would never trade the mic when I'm judging a show with anybody in the crowd, but I would trade it right now for anybody in the crowd to come grab this mic and be in my shoes and pick this, because it's easy to judge the pigs for me. I don't have a problem doing that, never have. When it comes to sorting the kids on showmanship, there's things that I like maybe different than other judges. I like some intensity at times, but I want to see people use the ring to their advantage. And whether that is when they first come out of the gate, you know, I judged Denver one time. The girl that won, she came out of the gate, she did a figure eight right in front of me, and then she went and started going and showed me her pig that way. So some different things, you know, sort yourselves out. Intensity, eye contact. There's 4 young people in this ring right now that are near flawless, I'm telling you, in terms of how they drive, their animal, them and their animal. You can tell this part of the show starts at home, and all of them do a great job, but there's 4 of them that are just, I mean, they have not missed a step. There's one young person to me that has maybe done it just a little bit better in terms of using the ring to their advantage. Similar to the young person in the junior division, this young person to me within this drive has done the best job when I've been on the gate or when I've been in the middle, staying in front of me, getting every view and every angle, and using the whole ring the best. Young lady with the blue bear and the orange shirt's champion. Congratulations to her. From there, I think it gets really, really close between 2 or 3 of them. The one that I like second best stuck out to me really, really good the whole time. Eye contact, first impression. Another one near flawless. Young lady with the Duroc gilt right here in the middle will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your champion, intermediate swine showman, Brooklyn Spray. Reserve, Milena Emmenizer. We are now moving into our last age bracket. This is our senior showmanship division. We have 3 heats of senior showmanship. This is heat 1 of 3 senior showmen. As we start in towards the very end of our showmanship drive, I would like to take an opportunity for everybody to give a nice round of applause and thank all of our ringmen today, all of our volunteers back in the makeup ring, the show barn, and our superintendents. We wouldn't have a swine show without those folks.
Really good heat as we get into the seniors within this class. I'm going to just bring back one young person out of this class, the final drive. That young person will be a young man in the blue shirt. Right here to my right will come back. Congratulations to all the rest of the exhibitors. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause as they go back. Another really good heat here within the senior division. I'm going to bring back three out of this heat to come back to the final drive. The three within this drive that'll come back in no particular order. Young man with the blue belted barrow in the black shirt in the center of the ring. Young lady off to my left coming across the center with the Berkshire gilt. And then the young lady to my left with the big Duroc barrow will come back. Congratulations, all those exhibitors. Let's go ahead and give them all a big round of applause.
In the ring, we have our third and final heat of senior showmanship. This is heat 3 of 3, senior showmanship.
Another really good heat here in the senior drive. I'm going to bring back a pair of individuals out of this heat to come back to the final drive. Those two in no particular order. Young lady in the black shirt, dead center with the belted barrow, come back. Young lady right here with in the yellow shirt with the wide belted gilt will come back. Congratulations to all those exhibitors once again. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause.
We are now showing for champion and reserve champion, senior swine showman. Our champion senior swine showman award is sponsored by Dave and Linda Swank. The reserve is sponsored by Keystone Cooperative. In addition, our senior showmen will get their name engraved and have possession for a year of our traveling trophy sponsored by the Harlow family.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all the seniors. We get these young people back out here from their respective heats. I think it gets really close between the group. Exceptional set of showmen. There's one young person to me that has just done a phenomenal job from initial impression till when they first came in. Eye contact, literally does not miss a step. Almost won with the pig. Just an exceptional job. Young man in the black shirt with the blue barrow. Be the champion. Young lady right here in front of you with the belt to barrow is going to be reserved. Congratulations to those individuals.
Your champion, senior swine showman, Colin Miller. Reserve champion, Sophie Royer. We are about to begin our final class of the day. This is our grand champion swine showmanship drive. We will select a grand champion overall swine showman from some previous winners from past years, as well as from the winners in the age brackets earlier. And we'll also select a reserve here as well.
Unreal set of showmen out here. Let's go ahead and give them all a huge round of applause. Not only the four that come out of their respective divisions today, but the two that have won in the past and are back out driving for the overall champion. I think it's really close, and like I've talked within each heater, each division, to me, when you do showmanship, when you compete and you do really good, it's what you do inside the ring that sets you apart from the rest of your competition, right? So whether that is where you prioritize yourself within the ring, just your ring presence, ring awareness, how intense you are when you cut people off. And let's be honest, showmanship, you may not want to think of it this way, but it's pretty cutthroat when you get out here, and it should be that way. And that's how I treated it when I was growing up, and I had some success. And I like it that way. I like it when kids are intense. I like it when they really bear down and get into it and use the ring, like I've talked, all day to their advantage. As these 6 have came back out, I think there's one that's done it the best, and they've used the ring the best to their advantage. They've hit their corners where they need to. They've definitely stood out the most to me in the center of the ring, not only close to me, but far away, and used it to their advantage. Young lady with the Duroc gilt and the teal shirt in the center of the ring going to win. Congratulations. From there, I'll tell you, it gets really, really close for reserve, and just I think all these young people do an exceptional job. There's one of them to me, and it's so many little things that can sort this, and it could be whether your pig's went to the bathroom and it hasn't been cleaned off, or I catch you crossover one time, or anything. But there's another young person to me that when they first came out today until now, young lady in the orange shirt in the center will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your 2025 Grand Champion Swine Showman is Michaela Spray. She will represent the Swine Barn tomorrow in the Supreme Showmanship Drive. Good luck to her. Our reserve champion overall showman was Brooklyn Spray. The awards for those were sponsored by Johnson Family Swine Farm and Blake Chase. Thank you again to all of our sponsors today. Again, thank you to our ringmen, our crew back in the barn, and our superintendents. We will see you tonight at 8 o'clock.